Howdy all, welcome to episode 57 of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. This is a podcast made by three assorted friends and others who get together to talk about the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000 and or Warhammer 40,000 related accessories. My name is Dan. It is my privilege, pleasure and or desire to be the host of this fabulous show, and I'm joined as ever by my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Philip?
I'm good, thanks. I'm currently trying to work out what I'll be taking to the No Retreat event.
Oh, you're going to No Retreat, are you? Ooh, fancy.
Yes, going to a small country that is COVID-free, or within reason COVID-free. So hopefully by September it will all be fine.
Well, there you go. I mean, that is a bold and or sweeping statement you've made there, Phil, that is potentially, going to be factually inaccurate if put up to any level of scrutiny. But I admire your commitment.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all on the hope and dreams that it will all be fine by a month's time, basically.
Well, there you go. Joe's trying to interrupt. I'm trying to introduce him at the same time. Come on, Joe. Give me a chance here. Come on now.
All right then.
All right. And also joining us, a man who fears not the effects of COVID, for he is dead inside. It's old Joe.
Whee! I've seen the list of the people going to No Retreat.
Is it the 40k Illuminati?
It is, yeah. And the most well represented faction is Space Wolves.
I know it's a bit mad, isn't it?
There's 4 Space Wolf players going.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of those were kind of alternates, because I think there were a lot of dropouts, obviously because of COVID restrictions. Lots of people.
The wusses.
Why didn't they hit me up? I'm not even Z-list internet famous yet, but getting there.
You're on your way.
I love your ongoing obsession with your internet fame, Joe.
Yeah. One day, someone will recognise me in the street.
Don't start telling that story again as if you're all, unrecognisable.
And I'll be like Lady Gaga. I'll like put my giant hat on and my giant glasses and be like, I'm too busy. And then ignore them.
That is your problem, you see, though, Joe. The reason why people come up to me and Phil is that we're so obviously down to earth and approachable, whereas you're, always putting yourself up on a pedestal. You're making yourself out to be more than you are.
I thought it was because we actually turn up to record the episodes.
Oh,
a bit of shade.
That is true. Although Joe did, unfortunately, this last week have to deal with the trials and tribulations of moving house. I'm sure many of our listeners can sympathise with the notion of a landlord seeking to get their money's worth out of their tenant's deposit.
Yeah. I don't know if Dan told you, but I spent the other evening basically arms deep in a green garden waste bin that had just been slowly filling up over 2 years, and the council wouldn't collect it, so I had to basically empty it by hand. It was grim.
It was Nurgle's rot.
It was just black with decay.
Oof.
In there, and it was pretty gross. No spiders, thank God. Lots of other creatures.
Anything worse? Well, obviously nothing worse than a spider, but what kind of creatures were you dealing with there? Millipedes?
Millipedes, worms. I don't know how the worms got in there. Lots of those little woodlousey things.
Yes.
The bottom part of it was basically just water and mud. I was expecting to see one of those terrifying, pilot fish that live underneath the ocean.
With the orb at the front of its head.
Yeah. Just luring me in.
You're becoming transfixed by it as it emerges, and then it's
all people see is my legs slowly disappearing into a giant bin.
I was excited though, Joe, when you told me about this, because I imagine that would be the sort of place that you might have found a divine entity, like some kind of troll or house goblin or whatever that could have granted you wishes.
Some kind of holy toad.
Exactly. Do you ever remember that old telly show on the BBC's called The Samiad? That was a terrible show, but do you remember it?
No.
It was about these posh kids who went down to the beach, and then there was this little gnome creature that would come out of the sand and grant wishes.
No, but that has been remade into something else.
Has it?
Isn't that isn't it something like called It?
You, Me, and It, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They've reworked the Sammy ad into You, Me, and It, have they?
Is that not what it was?
I don't know. I've never heard of
some
You, Me,
weird
and It.
little, some kind of creepy sand
That
goblin.
was a little ET type character that lived in the beach that granted wishes, and every week it was a different adventure based on the wishes that were granted.
But those creatures always kind of remind me of that creepy laughing goblin thing that hangs around with Jabba the Hutt.
Ah, yes. Jabba's little mate.
Yeah, the one that just laughs all the time.
Oh, yes, I remember.
He's having the best of times, isn't he?
You would, wouldn't you?
Well, you would do. If you were, spending your lifetime within the fat folds of a giant slug creature, you'd be thrilled, wouldn't you?
There'd be some kind. You'd have to make your own fun, wouldn't you? Really?
You would.
To get through the day.
You never know, though. Maybe Jabba gives out some kind of pheromone that makes you euphoric.
He does have a lot of people hanging out with him.
Exactly. That's what the allure is of old Jabba. Is he's giving out these incredible pheromones that are drawing people towards him. That's why all those ladies are doing the sexy dances for him. They want to get a sniff of him.
But Leia wasn't too interested.
Wow, no. Maybe she lost her sense of smell.
Are we doing the show in reverse, and this is the end of the show segment?
No.
Because we're doing an awful lot of.
We'll get to that
rambling
eventually, Phil.
I mean,
panic.
Dan hasn't even got to the point where he's introduced what we're talking about.
I'll go on then.
Well, I mean, I don't introduce the bit about what we talk about until I've done the 5-star reviews, Phil. This is obviously why you don't present the show, because you don't know the order of events, do you?
Well, clearly not.
Well, clearly not, indeed, sir. Well, there we go.
He's too busy muting us and bashing around in his shed.
Exactly. Telling us off for, doing the wrong stuff. But, I was going to say, though, a weird little thing's going to occur tomorrow night, isn't it? We're recording this on Thursday. Me and Joe are actually going to get together for a game of Warhammer 40,000 for the first time in forever.
Well, not forever.
Not forever, obviously, no. But a flipping long while.
Yeah, it was just before Ninth Edition came out, wasn't it? It was like a week or two.
Yeah, when the rules dropped on the internet.
The Reddit cowboy one,
That was it. Joe, if it wasn't for the fact that you were filming loads of battle reports and crazy content at the moment, I'd be like, you know what we should do, Joe? Is we should film and document this for future prosperity. But then I think probably the last thing you want to do is that.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of just like standing around, waiting, pressing buttons.
Oh, not when we do it.
No, we do it like people who record hobo fights. You just chase people around until something happens.
That's it. It's just more of a sort of general, just sort of, bants and then complaining about the other one farting too much.
Yeah, or you supplying like monster that's only designed to hurt your teeth.
Well, yeah, because that was the regular kind of monster. That stuff is way too sugary. Also, do you want to know another interesting fact, everybody? We were the #1 Warhammer 40,000 podcast in Guatemala the other week.
Yeah, clearly the drug cartel leaders are big fans.
Well, I've been seeing people on the internet making a big old fuss about their, performance as a podcast, as it were. Your employer, to be specific, Joe. And I was thinking to myself, well, that's all well and good being in the top 5, but, in the UK, which we have been in the past as well, by the way.
We're #1 in America and Canada and
Who's we?
Chile.
You mean us? Or are you talking about Vanguard now?
Vanguard.
Yeah, but you're not #1 in Guatemala, mate. That's the important thing.
No.
Well, you are, because you're this show as well.
We need to contact these people in Guatemala and get them to sponsor us or something.
Well, possibly. The Guatemalan people know quality.
Oh, clearly.
Exactly.
The big ones that keep you off of #1 is always that bloody Critical Role. Those D&D people.
We actually legitimately were #1 on Chartable once.
Really?
We were, yeah. Lookout Sir has been #1 on the 40k charts at some point. The funny thing is something I should have mentioned, because I don't think Steve's been looking that much. He's also been #1 before as well, but I guess he didn't see it. So that was sort of the funny thing when I saw it coming up. I was like, he does know he's actually been #1 before. Like,
I think so, but it's all we're producing a lot more stuff at the moment.
It's all about current affairs. It's not about what you've done. It's about what you're doing, isn't it?
Yeah, the sad fact now is I actually have to listen to the podcasts as well.
Oh God, that must be torturous.
Imagine
having to listen to and edit podcasts. What a horror.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would do it for free, if I'm totally honest.
I do it, mate.
I have more and more respect for you every day, Dan. Now mate, I have to do it myself.
I appreciate that. That's that's all I've ever wanted, mate. That's all I've ever wanted.
But now it's like, why would you like want to work on and edit a podcast that's over an hour long?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I assume it's sort of a form of insanity, I guess. I don't know. I think the thing is, right, is like from the outset, I've always just enjoyed doing this show because it's a real delight to chat to you guys, and that's really been the main motivation, as it were. I'm not in it for the money, obviously, because to be fair, even if I wasn't going to be making any. But
yeah, we'd be better off with your creepy garage being put to other uses to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, some sideline ventures there. But there you go. Also, while I'm looking at the charts there, we've just shot into the Vietnam top 10 as well.
Ooh!
So there you go, mate. All the best places. Not to say that they aren't great places. I hear Vietnam's absolutely incredible. I've never been, but I've heard good things.
To Vietnam.
Yeah, I feel like that would be pretty cool. That would be a pretty cool thing. Big in Japan as well. So there you go. Yeah. But on the topic of places where we're big and how successful a podcast this is, obviously notwithstanding Joe's attempts to sort of diminish our accomplishments by talking about some podcast he edits, for a job, I hear.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We need to talk about some people who've left us 5-star reviews. Now, I can't remember in the last episode if I called out this one, so hopefully Phil and or Joe will remind me, but this one comes from a nice chap who me and Tim have played at Warhammer World GTs, who I believe is called Ian, but he's called SRG FDCV on Apple Podcasts. But it's called Dan is Jumping on the Custard Cream Train. Did I say this one last time, Phil?
I don't think so, no.
Ah, well. If I did, I did. If I didn't, I didn't.
So what we're saying is he's meta-chasing. And by he, I mean you.
Yeah, well, indeed. Well, that's what he's accusing me of. Because obviously he's seen me talk about, custards, and he's also seen me post pictures of my custard army being played against Phil. So, it's reasonable to assume. The reason I'm playing custards, by the way, is because I got a great deal on buying a load of them off of a fella called Tom, who sold them to me for a ridiculously good price that I couldn't turn down. But
if they were the worst army out there, you wouldn't have bought them, would you?
I would have done, because I bought his Blood Ravens for the same... And for a while, they were the worst army out there in terms of old school Space Marines, because it was all Razorbacks and tactical squads.
Soon to be
clearly
broken
you knew
as hell.
They were going to go to 2 wounds.
Well, clearly I had the secret. But anyway, let me tell you about this. So Dan is jumping on the custard cream train. 5-star review from a guy I think is called Ian. Apologies, Ian, if you're not called Ian. And I appreciate by keeping on calling you Ian when you're potentially not called that. It's potentially more negative, but we'll carry on. I've been listening to this excellent podcast since Dan sold me his wares as such at the Warhammer World GT Heat a couple of years ago, beating my poor custard creams into the ground with his filthy Elder, before I later played the ever so nice Tim the next day. You know that GT Heat, lads?
Yeah, I mean, this does ring a bell, so maybe you did read this one out, or you just told us.
Was this the all Dreadnought list?
No. He was running loads of custards on foot, and he had a few bikes. But he went first, but he just stood there and did nothing basically. So I just shot him off the board because I was like, okay, if you're not going to do anything, I guess I'll just line up and murder you now. It was a bit of an unfortunate mismatch in that sense because I just outranged him, because obviously custards only have like a 30-inch fret range when they're mostly on foot.
I bet that wouldn't happen now.
No. God, no. Not now.
They would have just shrugged it off, laughed at you, and then strolled across the table and murdered you.
Yeah. But the reason I was going to talk about this GT Heat, because, this was that GT Heat I won, if anyone's not sick of hearing about that. Do you remember that? Hey? Still relevant, right?
Old edition.
Well, exactly. Have I told you about my Night of the... Anyway. It will be interesting to see Dan's list evolve for these until the point something more filthy and likely pointy-eared comes along. Yeah, probably. He will drop them quicker than a commissar drops a fleeing guardsman. Hey, Phil, you like that?
Good use of words there.
There you
Strong.
go.
I like it.
But it's not all about Dan, though, despite his best efforts to make it that way. And that obviously wasn't something he said. I just added that in. But, no, he did actually allude to that. So it's not all about Dan as much as he wishes it was. There you go. I just did it myself. Phil adds Krieg, and Joe tries to be the Peter Doherty. Oh, Pete Doherty? Docket? No. Anyone know?
Not Pete Doherty of the Libertines.
No, not Pete Doherty of the Libertines. Unless it is Pete Doherty. Oh, no, it is Pete Doherty. That's how you say his name.
Yeah.
I had no idea you spelled Doherty with a D-O-H.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Because I would have assumed it would have been D-O... Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Is he insinuating that I'm some kind of crazed drug fiend and party animal?
I mean, isn't that entirely true?
I have thought about the potential weight loss capabilities of a cocaine addiction, but
It's true.
I just can't afford it. That's the problem.
That is the problem with cocaine, right?
Yeah.
I've often thought about that with... Anyway, no, I can't. I've got to think of the rating. Let's not start talking about drugs. Anyway, Phil adds Krieg, and Joe tries to be the Pete Doherty of the show by sometimes managing to actually turn up. That's what he's getting at, Joe.
Oh, I see.
He's mocking you in your inability to turn up.
His notorious shenanigans of just not turning up to gigs.
Exactly. Preferring instead to rummage through, biohazard bins.
Yeah.
God,
the boy races are out, sorry.
Someone's having a rally down your street.
Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. Just like Pete Doherty. However, what would really improve the content would be more Tim to balance out the show and add some mid to lower table thoughts to the mix, which I can fully relate to. Overall, 5 gold stars.
Bit of an obscure backhanded compliment going on there. Like it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Tim is always a good option, really. I mean, I think he'd be an excellent replacement to you, really, Joe.
It's nice to know that you're in the market.
I'm not in the market, Joe. I'm not in the market at all, as it were. Just, considering me options. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. In case I decided to one day be like, no,
you're too big time for us now.
Yeah, I doubt that'll ever happen.
You love it here, mate. This is always going to be your home, right? You may drift away, but this is always the place you want to stay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Come here and fluff it up,
Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. All that competitiveness is bad for you. So, Joe, why don't you say thank you to Ian for calling you Pete Doherty?
Thank you, Ian, for calling me Pete Doherty. Thank you for your glorious 5-star review. I will endeavour to turn up more. I promise nothing, but I'll try. Tim would be a good replacement, and we do miss him. I haven't spoken to him in a very long time. I miss his little African sunset face, just all ginger. Missing him lots.
I still make an effort to call Tim now and again. He's a lovely boy to speak to. You should do it more often. Reach out to Tim.
I barely have enough time to call you most of the time. You were shocked when I phoned you the other day.
I was, mate. It was absolutely dumbfounding. But yeah, because for everyone else's context, me and Joe for a very long time, having been super buds but living at far away places, really spoke a lot over the phone, as it were, much to our significant other's jealousy and frustration.
Are we not super buds anymore?
No, we are super buds. I
thought you were breaking some news to me then.
No, mate. We're very much still super buds. I'm very excited. Like I've been preparing the house for your arrival tomorrow.
Have you cleaned the garage?
I've cleaned the garage, absolutely.
Are you gonna go in there tomorrow and destroy it? So then I have to, like usual, tidy it back up again.
No. I want to show you that I've changed, Joe. I've gotten better.
I want a butler to be stood in the corner with like a gold tray.
That's it. I'm like a little petulant child who's gotten all excited and starts like running around the house. My wife's having a lovely time at the moment. She's just like, calm down, stop it.
Yeah.
I've had too much. Anyway, that's potentially more close to the truth than I care to admit. Anyway, do we want to do another 5-star review, or should we leave it to next time? Because I appreciate this intro has gone on for like 20 minutes already, and it feels like we probably just need to get into it, right?
Yeah, it's that Monty Python. Get on with it.
Yeah, I think it's get on with it time, right, Phil?
He's gone.
He's shut off. He's had enough.
Yeah, come on, get on with it.
All right, fine. Good. All right, so in this episode of Look Out Sir 40k podcast, 57 in fact, there you go, exciting. We're going to be talking about the various secondary objectives that you'll find within Chapter Approved 2020. So the Mission Pack Grand Tournament 2020. So we go through every single secondary that is in there. Not the secondaries that are mission specific, though, obviously. Thank you, Boy Racer, driving down my road as well.
It's probably the same one. He's driven like that hour and a bit drive in like 20 minutes.
Why is he about that, man? Anyway, let's. Apologies to our listeners. I'm not going to be able to edit that out efficiently, so let's carry on. We talk about every secondary, but we don't talk about mission-specific secondaries. So any secondaries that are specific to specific missions, we don't dive into those. We just talk about the main ones that you'll find within the secondaries section of the Grand Tournament Pack. So we offer our opinions on that. Exciting, Richie's in that segment. So if those of you have missed the beautiful tones of Richard, he's there to talk about secondaries with us. And then we talk about the impact of Space Marines going up to 2 wounds and all the other assorted rules that have come out around the changes that GW are making. Damage to heavy bolters, Chaos Space Marines obviously getting 2 wounds, Flamers having their range increased to 12, although bizarrely we didn't actually ever talk about that in the segment. It just came into my head then.
We'll just say it now. It's real good.
Isn't it good?
Like, salamanders are going to be bonkers.
Absolutely bonkers. I mean, and again though, right, like Terminator squads have good access to like heavy flamers. That was another question.
A Death Watch squad can have 5 Terminators with 5 heavy flamers.
That's bananas, isn't it?
That's good, isn't it?
That's real good. That's real exciting.
Yeah, remember that for when you get to the Space Marine section. And then just be like, yeah, Joe's point. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Yeah. Scary, very scary. Anyway, there you go, guys. So that was us doing our intro bit. We're going to transition now to the first segment. Phil, why don't you do the transitional noise this time, seeing as you've been so relatively absent for the last moment? I just want to hear it so as to know you're there.
No, I never do the transitional noise.
I see. All right, I'll do it.
He's too good for that.
He don't lower himself. All right, transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast, we're going to be talking about the various secondary missions that occupy the rule set of Warhammer 40,000 9th edition, and essentially seek to offer our opinions on all the different secondaries, what we think would work with them, and how we feel like you would best achieve the best possible results if you were deciding to take this secondary. And joining me in this segment to talk through this stuff is, of course, good buddy Phil.
I'm here as always.
Reliable, dependable, wonderfully consistent Phil, wouldn't you say?
Exactly. Old faithful, as they say. Yeah.
How dare you? But I suppose, it's not entirely inaccurate. And then also joining us, quite, unexpectedly, is Quizmaster Extraordinaire. It's Richie. How's it going, bro?
Hey guys, how you doing? Glad to be here.
There you go, man. We're doing all right, mate. We're doing all right. How are you?
Well, the day we're recording this is the day that it stopped being a heat wave.
Which is pretty magical.
I'm very good.
Yeah. Has to be said, there was a threat that we might have actually recorded yesterday, but fortunately we kind of avoided that, which is pretty great because it's actually quite nice and cool. Feels pretty good tonight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting and chatting some hobby with yourselves. So we're going to be talking about the secondaries from chapter approved Mission Pack Grand Tournament 2020, because obviously there were secondaries available in the Warhammer 40,000 rulebook, but obviously, I mean, I don't know, Rich, what's your vibe on the secondaries from the Warhammer 40,000 rulebook?
I think they're probably just about as useful as Maelstrom of Battle cards at this point, because you're not going to. I mean, it was bizarre to me that they existed. It's like because they released the Grand Tournament pack and the core book on the same day, and you're in theory you're never going to use the ones in the rulebook.
I mean,
unless you're playing Crusade, of course.
Well, Crusade use agendas. They have their own separate set of rules. But there's for some bizarre reason there is a completely different set of Eternal War secondary objectives in the core book than what is in. I say completely. There is overlap between what's in the core book.
They're like 90% the same.
What's interesting about those, most of the articles that have been written about these only refer to the secondaries in the core book because that's what everyone was given in advance.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a case where they were meant to come out at separate times, but probably due to Corona, the GT pack came out at the same time.
So essentially, very weird sort of turn of events there. But, ultimately, we're going to talk about the ones that are in chapter approved because our assertion is that most of the people out there, if they are playing matched play Warhammer 40,000, are going to be using the Mission Pack Grand Tournament 2020 version of the secondary objectives, as opposed to using the various ones found within the lovely core rulebook, which almost quicker than ever before. It's becoming a little bit. I don't know. It's starting to feel more and more redundant within a matter of weeks, isn't it? That book.
Well, it's got some great lore.
Oh, of course.
Half of it is fantastic and going to be timeless because that will last for a whole edition and beyond. But yeah, the standard Eternal War missions, I'm sure some people will play because they just won't be fussed about GT stuff. But if they're sort of like us where they like to go to events from time to time, they might not be super competitive, but they're probably going to go, let's pick up the GT stuff and play that because that's what most people are going to play. And I imagine a lot of gaming clubs will be in that same mindset unless you're either super casual or you're doing the narrative Crusade stuff.
I think it's I think it's interesting for sure. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. Let's not discount all the awesome lore and literature and artwork. I mean, the artwork, the original artwork in that new rulebook is utterly gorgeous, man. Like some of the new pieces that they've commissioned for 40k 9th edition look utterly stunning. So yeah, I definitely am enjoying sort of thumbing through it and finding little nuggets of information, and I quite like the fact that they've kind of written everything from the Imperium's perspective again, so it's a little less matter of fact and a little bit more shrouded in madness, which is quite a laugh.
Have you noticed, putting on my tinfoil hat slightly, have you noticed that the first three factions that they introduced for the Imperium are Space Marines and Adeptus Sororitas, which are the two in the trailer, plus the Inquisition, which is a bit odd. And then way, way, way back in the book, they talk about the Astra Militarum as the slightly redundant small child that no one cares about. It's like, they're not a big thing. We'll introduce them later on. So clearly they're the two main factions that they're focusing on, at least at release.
I mean, that's always been the case, right? But I suppose maybe if they're writing it from the perspective of some kind of imperial, kind of bureaucrat or whatever, obviously they value the Space Marines and the Custodes and the Sisters of Battle and the Inquisition, far more.
Yes, but the Custodes appear much later on as well.
Oh, so, fair enough. Well, maybe they don't know enough about the Custodes.
Well, the Custodes appear one page before the Astra Militarum. So know your place.
Know your place.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's
it. There was actually
before the Mechanicus, so feel good about that.
Yeah.
There you go. Better,
Slightly far ahead.
better than the robots from Mars, mate. I mean, that's something to shout about. So, obviously, if you listen to this podcast regularly, you will have heard my perspective on the structure of secondaries. I think the more I've played the game, the more accustomed I'm becoming to the way secondaries work, but I still don't feel like they're well structured in terms of the mechanics. I think ultimately the weird, I get points at the end of my turn, but varies depending on what I've done. I get points in my command phase, but it varies depending on what I've done. I get points at the end of the game, but that depends on whether I did a bunch of different things throughout. I get points at the end of the battle round. All those kind of variables and how they kind of play out still bug me at the moment. And I think, I'm never truly going to utterly fall in love with that whole sequence of events. But nonetheless, secondaries are here now. This is how, 9th edition is intended to be played. It's the extra layer, the next piece of, secret sauce to add to, the mixture that is Warhammer 40,000. 8th edition, it was all about stratagems. And obviously 9th edition is still got stratagems, but secondaries are one of the really, core, new, exciting mechanics that they've added to, to spruce up the game a little bit. So we're going to go through them all, and we're going to basically talk about how we think these work in practice, and what we might take in order to maximise these secondaries. So, in case you were,
Man, I was going to say something. I was just trying to think, because you made a good point about how it's a bit of a faff with all the new rules. But we used to play Maelstrom, and we liked that, and that's in some ways more of a faff. So if Games Workshop listens to this, I was like, could you release like a pack of cards which has got the secondaries on, just so I can have them in front of me?
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it?
I think there was something. There was something physical though when you were scoring with Maelstrom. You're like, oh, I've got this one. I'll put this in my win pile, and I literally just count up the cards at the end. Got a bit more complicated when you had your D3s and stuff, and you would normally add some extra dice onto it as well. But I think with that, there was something much more tangible to count up your points as you were going throughout the game.
I think that was the thing, because for me, I actually, with Maelstrom, started getting towards a methodology where I would just store the cards, and then as I was going through them, at the end, I would then roll the D3s or whatever they were, if it was needing to be done at the end, just to sort of add it up, just because it made it slightly less difficult. But yeah, I think having the cards in Maelstrom really streamlined that experience. And okay, fair enough, there was the deck creation in the end, and then there was the whole draw up to 5, play free mechanic, which added a layer upon the layers that were already there. But I don't know, again, I think the tactile nature of Maelstrom made it a little less bothersome. Because, as you say, Rich, I think if they made cards for these, it would definitely help. Or some kind of elaborate, like, calculator device. Some sort of clever designer out there needs to build, like, some kind of, table, 40k, like, gaming assistant where you can...
Do you mean like a Warhammer app?
Let's not get back on that one either. I don't think we thrilled too many people with our perspective on that last week either. Anyway, let's talk about these secondary objectives, shall we? So look, I mean, they're broken down into a bunch of different categories. So there are 5 different categories to choose between. Battlefield supremacy, no mercy, no respite, purge the enemy, shadow operations, and warpcraft. And you can only pick one secondary from each subcategory. And as we understand it, factions will get their own secondaries as the codexes start rolling out. So we'll see some faction-specific ones very soon. It's not known whether the factions will have multiple subcategories of their own that they can pick between. So it may be that an army will only be able to have one of their army-specific secondaries and then need to take 2 more from this collection, or either the missions, because also it's worth highlighting that all of the different missions for Eternal War have their own super special unique secondaries, we're not going to talk about those. We're just going to talk about the core ones that are universal to potentially all missions. So yeah, it's interesting in terms of what's on the horizon for secondaries. But yeah, before we get into the Battlefield Supremacy missions, does anyone have any comments or added flavour that they feel like I missed in that ramble?
No, I think you got it pretty spot on.
Good.
I think from the games that I've played so far, I think 2 secondaries would make the game a bit easier to play rather than 3, because 3 seems quite complicated, especially on top of your primary as well, although the primary is traditionally pretty much the same in every mission. So I think it's one of those things, the more we play it, the more we probably get more comfortable with the concept of it and getting used to all the different ones we can pick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite interested if these new codex-specific secondaries can be used in tournaments or in conjunction with the Grand Tournament pack or not.
That's an interesting point, isn't it? Because technically the Grand Tournament pack is going to get updated every year, so we're going to get new secondaries. So if there are strong secondaries that are present within, say, the Craft World Elder Codex, because they always get something ridiculously good when they get a codex, does that then become a situation that, you know, that they need to then maybe add like a kind of ban list or something like that? Do we want to go, you know, oh, these are now out of rotation or however
well, also, if you think about it, so let's say Codex Necrons and Space Marines comes out first, and they've got their own secondaries in them. So does that mean at tournaments, Space Marine players and Necrons have a slight advantage because they can pick some custom secondaries, but no one else has access to them? Or will they be sort of unique for the Eternal War missions from the core rulebook, and they won't be allowed into tournament play until every faction's got their every faction's got their faction-specific secondaries. I mean, and that might not be in the rules, but it might be something that tournament organisers will decide to help balance that out.
I mean, on the other side of that, I imagine the Space Marines and the Necrons will continue to do well in virtue of the fact that they've just got a codex in the general sense. I don't necessarily know if the secondaries on their own are going to massively change that, but just the fact that they've got codexes are probably going to hugely change their fortunes anyway. But anyway, yeah. And the only other thing I feel like I forgot to say is that each of these secondaries caps out at 15 victory points. So the maximum amount of points you can get for a secondary is 15. So if it was even possible for you to score more than 15 points at any of these secondaries, you basically cap out at 15. So if you scored 15 for all 3 different secondaries, you would net out at 45 points. And as hopefully you're also aware, the primary mission within Eternal War is also worth 45 points. So you can end up with a maximum of 90 victory points if you scored the maximum 45 for the primary and the free 15-point totals for the secondaries, resulting in 45 points for those as well. And then ultimately you also get your final 10 points to take it up to a nice round 100 if your army is fully painted, much to the dismay of many people around the more kind of casual communities. I've heard a lot of chatter about people agreeing or not agreeing to use that rule in casual play. Obviously, I would probably lean on the side of maybe don't use it in casual friendly games because it feels a little bit ridiculous, but ultimately it's a good way of encouraging people to paint stuff, right?
Well, that's true.
But there you go.
I think the other thing worth pointing out is obviously primary objectives you can never score in the first turn, but secondaries you can. So that's one thing to look out for.
Unless you can't
go through them. Well, yes, some I think are probably impossible to do first turn or very difficult to do first turn, but then some are sort of almost designed to either be done first turn or to start doing it first turn if it's progressive.
Cool.
And some of them you can't get 15 points in.
Well, indeed.
Yes.
We'll get to those in a moment. So let's kick it off, right? So engaged on all fronts is the first of the Battlefield Supremacy secondary missions. So score 2 victory points at the end of your turn if you have 1 or more units from your army wholly within 3 different table quarters and those units are all more than 6 away from the centre of the battlefield. Score 3 victory points instead if you have 1 or more units from your army wholly within each table quarter, and those units are all more than 6 from the centre of the battlefield. So, from the get-go, I would look at this as a pretty safe option for most players. I think Engaged on All Fronts never feels like a particularly difficult secondary to have under your control. Unless, of course, I suppose, you're not a very mobile army. So if you're still using those Tau, castle-type mentalities, then this is probably not going to do you too many favours. But of all of the battlefield supremacy missions, this one doesn't feel too egregious in terms of its criteria for success. The only thing that's interesting with it is in order to maximise this, you've got 5 turns. So the only way this is ever going to get you 15 points is if you've got a unit wholly within every table quarter for the entire game, which is obviously quite an ask. But what's your perspective, gents, on Engaged on All Fronts? How do you think you see that one working?
I think I've taken it in the games I have played, but that's purely because the test games I've done so far are all with my Minotaurs army, and I've got a load of Inceptors, which are all fast-moving sort of jump pack infantry that can deep strike. So I've sort of made the most of those in my games to actually get around the board. I think even with a tank army or something, it should be doable. I think even just on a deployment, I think in some deployment maps, you're already going to be in 3 table quarters, like if it's a sort of diagonal one, or you're going to be quite comfortable to just from a move in turn 1 be in at least 3. Trying to get into 4 table quarters from turn 1 is going to be tricky unless you've got something that can like move again, have a pre-game move, or like scouts where they deploy straight away, sort of in that kind of mid-ground no man's land. Because if you're relying on deep striking, that's not, or outflanking, for example, that's not coming on until turn 2, so it's impossible then to get max points unless you've got another way of doing it. But yeah, I do think it's a safe one. It seems like the general consensus for a lot of people is this is a pretty good one. But yeah, it doesn't favour static armies at all. So you've got to have a bit more of a mobile force. But I think you need to anyway in this game.
Rich,
Yeah, I think.
Sorry.
I was going to feel that I think it's a standard default pick. It's like you can't go wrong with it. Like, you'll get if you want to max it out, you need to have something that has a roughly 18-inch move though. At least one thing, ideally 2, so you can get, because of the different deployment types. If you want to say Dawn of War, which is the traditional horizontal kind of deployment maps, you're going to need 2 units that can move at least about 15 in order to go from your deployment zone to fully into the other quarters. So it's a tricky one to max out.
Yeah.
But
you could do it with some vehicles and a lucky advance roll, but that's not reliable.
Helldrakes, my friends. Helldrakes!
Well, yeah, so things like flyers can do this no problem. So if you've got 2 flyers, you're easily done it. I'm at the moment building 2 centaurs for my army because they get a pre-game 9-inch move. So I can easily do this with something that's.
You might need to remind people what a centaur is in the context of which army.
So Centaur for the Death Corps of Krieg or Astra Militarum is a small light transport that can take troops. If you load it up with Grenadiers, which are the Krieg Scion equivalent, it gets a pre-game move of 9 inches.
There you go.
So therefore,
unless it becomes a legend.
Well, it hasn't yet.
No, it shouldn't because it has points. So it should be available, but weirdly you can't buy them anymore. So who knows? In that weird world,
that's happened to my Elysians, Phil.
No, I know it could happen, but I think Sentinels have an ability to get a pre-game move via a stratagem. I believe I could be completely wrong on that because
there's a type of Sentinel called the Scout Sentinel.
Oh, so that can just do it, can't it? So something like that, I think, is going to be a go-to for a guard army because then you've got that move, and you can get up there quite easily.
I think one thing to remember, you both mentioned about static armies it won't be good for. If you have a static army, you're not going to win a single mission because you need to be moving. Because every single mission has those primaries, and then the first practice game we had against you, Dan, I forgot about that, and I lost horrendously because I wasn't going for the primaries. So your army needs to be moving across the board in general to get to those objectives. So you're going to be, in theory, you'll be scoring and engaged on all fronts just by trying to score the primaries. So that's why I think it's a solid pick because you're going to be doing it while doing the primaries.
Yeah, because most objectives in most of the missions are in the mid-table. There's you're at most have 2 objectives in your deployment zone, but for most missions you only get 1. So most of your army just needs to be moving up to take that middle ground, or outflanking or deep striking.
It is definitely a fight for the middle now. And one of the things I will say about this, though, is I think as much as it is a safe option, it's also, I think, a little bit of a misleading one, because I think you can very easily assert that this thing is, guaranteed points, therefore good, but you are definitely sacrificing certain synergies that you would have, because spreading out what are essentially smaller armies across 3 table quarters or 4 table quarters definitely means that certain synergies are going to, struggle to come into effect. And then also the 2 points for being in 3 table quarters in a turn isn't necessarily the most massive reward. Yes, it's points on the board, but it may not be the most amount of points that you could possibly get. So I suppose the thing is if you're thinking about this as I must come up with a strategy to maximize my secondary points, I think that's where this one starts to fall down. I think for more casual play or for less aggressive or for less specific builds, I think feeling things out early doors, this is a pretty good one. But I think where it falls down is that it's a little bit too broad a brief in terms of what you need to do to score points, and it's highly unlikely that you will ever score 15 points in a game with engaged on all fronts.
Yeah, because normally most armies tend to run out of steam and don't have a lot on the board by the end, and it's like, are you really going to have 4 units in 4 different bits of the board?
Yeah,
probably
wholly within.
Not
and not within 6 of the centre. That's the other thing.
That's going to be hard, because also if you're going to do a strategy of I'm just going to send 1 or 2 units, your opponent's just going to take those off. Yeah. So it's like you can't rely on just sending a couple of units. You need to send a couple initially, maybe, but then back that up with more units that might take a bit slower to get across the board. That's how I'm looking at it, anyway.
Yeah,
I would say if you're starting out, I would say definitely take it.
Yeah, I think it's a safe option.
You're going to on every mission, you're going to be moving up the board.
Yeah. While you're feeling it out, definitely. I think until you're in a situation where you're starting to tailor your lists and come up with methods that facilitate maximising these secondaries, I think it's a nice early place to start.
What I like about it is that it doesn't really rely on what your opponent's taking, and you don't need to sort of memorise all the objectives to how's this particular objective going to work against my opponent's list? Can I easily score this? You can just be like, I can do this one sort of regardless of what they're taking. It doesn't rely on them to do anything or to have a certain amount of units for you to be able to go, I can probably score this.
Yeah. Richie, why don't you tell us about Line Breaker?
It's my favourite one.
Okay.
Do it. It's the one I've every time I've played you, I've maxed it out. It's the one secondary I have always maxed out.
Did you max it out? I thought you got 12 last time on this one.
No, I've got 15.
Yeah, because you... maybe you did. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's not deal in the semantics. Let's just tell me what it is.
You still beat me by about 30 points.
Well, fair enough.
I did max that one.
How's it possible if because in terms of multiples you get 12, and then it's
hang on. So let me for the listeners at home, you score Line Breakers. You score 4 points at the end of your turn if 2 or more units from your army, excluding aircraft, are wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. Now, for long-time listeners will know I'm a big fan of the Elysian drop troops. I ran them for many years until they've been sent to the Legends. But I have been using Scions more recently in place of them, and also using my Space Marines. I started using Reavers with grav shoots to fulfill that deep strike urge I have. And the advantage is that you get 4 points per turn. So admittedly, if you're deep striking, you can't score this in turn 1. And if you do, and you need to do it all 4 turns, and that'll get you. You'll get 16, but you'll get 16 points, but that caps at 15. So as long as you have at least 2 units in your opponent's deployment zone for the entire game, for the entire of turns 2 through 5, that's 15 points. And if you're doing it right, your opponent might not even notice they're there, or might not be bothered about them because they're too busy. Because they don't have to be fighting over objectives. They can just be harassing your opponent in their deployment zone. And if it's not too big a threat, then they won't take too much of won't be worried too much about it. So it's quite easy to get to that 15 point, unless your opponent's aware of what you're trying to do and the fact that you could quite easily max out that 15.
I mean, it's one of those missions that you can definitely see where you can definitely get away with stuff with it, and it's things like the Elysians, or not necessarily Elysians, but the Scions, and even things like the Caluxus Assassin is quite good for this, because you can only ever hit a Caluxus Assassin on 6s still. So having one of those deep strike into your opponent's, back lines from turn 2 onwards, that's something that you've got to actually expend quite a bit of effort in getting rid of, and it's just sitting there being really, really bothersome. Now, admittedly, obviously, you need it backed up by something else as well in order to satisfy the criteria. But I do find that because people are fighting for the mid-board, they're taking armies that want to walk forwards and they want to kind of carry that momentum and kind of land grab in the middle. So I think having this and using deep strike style units to dive into the backfield and cause some irritation is definitely funny. Plus, also don't forget as well, for Space Marine players, there's an argument as well around the virtues of drop pods, because obviously those things will count as a unit for this, and one of those can come down from turn 1, so you can. It's still turn 2, isn't it, for drop pods?
No, they can all turn off on turn 1.
Oh yes, yeah, I think that's how
drop pods are immune to the reserves rules.
Yeah. So you can bring those down like turn 1, and then bring out, I don't know, like a unit of 5 Grav Devastators or 4 Grav Devastators with a Sergeant, and then still have, a couple kind of token characters like a Tech Marine or a Apothecary, something cheap that you could just chuck in there and just hide behind a wall to amplify this offering, because ultimately the drop pod, the Devi squad, and the Apothecary would count towards obviously your 2 characters wholly within a deployment zone. So yeah, there are some options for sure, and I think in the grand scheme of things, if you design even a couple throwaway units into your army that you can feed to your opponents for a couple turns, if you get away with keeping those 2 units in your opponent's deployment zone for even just 2 turns, banking those 8 points is actually pretty big when you compare some of these other missions and how many points are up for grabs for those. So yeah, I don't know. I actually, the more I look at it, you'd have to obviously design an army around it, but I think it's a pretty solid option, Linebreaker, if you've got just a few little token options like Scions, like, admittedly, Assassins are 100 points, but, Scions or something of that ilk that you could just throw into your opponent's deployment zone and just leave there and hope for the best, I guess.
I think the only exception I have just
whoa.
through it.
Sorry,
Phil, you go.
No, go on.
Go on, Rich.
Okay. So I'm a huge fan of it. The only exception where I think it might not be as good a choice is on the deployment zones where it's where you're literally deploying in the corners and there's that weird central neutral circle.
Yeah.
Because in those deployment maps, those deployment zones are a bit smaller than normal. So it's a bit harder to kind of just hang out. If you're doing the traditional horizontal or vertical, there's a lot of space you can have your units in the deployment zone, just being annoying but not a major threat for your opponent. Whereas on the ones where it's literally the two quarters of the deployment zones, you're going to have to be deploying usually where their backline artillery is, and they're going to be more likely to want to have to deal with you being there. So it might not work as well on those deployment maps.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, there's always variables, right? But I think there's some options there. Phil, what's your vibe on that?
Yeah, I think it's good. As you were saying there, I wonder how much, and in general for these secondaries, like how much of your army should you spend going, I'm going to tailor this. Like, I'm going to take two units to just deep strike down. They're not going to do anything else except try and score me this secondary. Like, or do you need to look at your army more as a synergistic whole and be like, okay, I'm going to try and do this as my tactic. While I'm doing this, I can also do these secondaries. Like, how much you need to tailor your army to the missions versus pick the missions for the army you want to take. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it seems pretty good. I think it's similar to Engage on All Fronts, but a bit harder to do because you've got to be in their deployment zone, which is further away, which basically means flies or deep striking stuff.
Well, you can't use aircraft for this one.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No, aircraft. So you basically need something that can
I think
just do crazy moves, like your jet bikes, for example, or stuff that's going to deep strike or outflank.
Or Invictus tactical warsuits.
Yeah, or a bit like last time, stuff that can come on like in the mid-table and they just walk on there. But you might find turn one that deployment zone's a bit crowded.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
I think it'll depend on how expensive your deep striking options are. Because at the minute, what I'm running with Space Marines to test is 2 squads of Reavers and a Phobos Lieutenant. That's 280 points, and that's 3 units that you can drop down into the deployment zone, and they're not tough because they are primarily Space Marines. So they're still quite hard for the opponent to deal with, and they don't. There's no like. It's not based around an action, or even still having like a whole squad unit there. So I think it's a lot of stuff you can do with there, and I think the drop pods route is another potential fun way. Like if you say drop 2 drop pods down, and then stuff gets out. How often do people worry about that one last storm bolter that's in their deployment zone? They don't usually worry about that.
Indeed. But if that one last storm bolter's got a tech marine behind it being shielded because it's within 3 inches of a vehicle, so you can't target it, and then it's healing it up all the time, and then there's 2 units there, so you've actually got to go, now I've actually got to go deal with that tech marine because, he's just going to be a nuisance because it's scoring points. And then you've halted you've impacted your army, your opponent's, strategy. You've made them have to deal with something that isn't even 100 points worth of stuff. I mean, admittedly, I think drop pods are 60 points now, or 70 points or something. Tech Marine's about 45, 50. So yeah, I mean, okay,
they're pretty tough, aren't they? Like, to make your opponent try and destroy a drop pod is a faff for them. So they're not going to be shooting at your main stuff. So in a way, it's a good distraction unit. And if it scores you points at the same time, then great.
Maybe you could start to look at those Forge World ones that have got all the missile batteries.
Yeah, that's what I've looked at for a while because I've just liked them as a concept. But now I think
they're too good.
Well.
They're too good though. You've got to be a regular drop pod has just got a storm bolt. I don't think people will be as worried about it.
True.
They'll want to keep those las cannons pointing at your Lehman Russes or something.
Or
your bigger things rather than that. I mean, if they're smart and they're wise to what those 2 drop pods are doing, and the fact that there's how many points they're scoring per turn, they probably will deal with them. But someone could easily also forget about them because they don't pose an actual threat to their army.
Yeah, I also think you'll have to be with drop pods because if you open the petal up, so to speak, they've got a massive footprint. So most people will just be like, I'm just going to drop them down and keep the doors closed so they can be wholly within. And your opponent's going to be like, really? Like, gonna be that guy? And you'll be like, yep. It's like, I don't think that's the thing with drop pods. I've always hated that weird rule of you can do doors open or doors closed. I think they just need to agree on one and be like, it's.
Well, I mean, if you open the doors, you can when you disembark free from wherever the model is. So if you keep the doors closed, you are limiting your disembark opportunities, but you are giving yourself an advantage when it comes to being wholly within for the likes of Linebreaker.
Yeah. I think, in terms of other armies that obviously I think Linebreaker is going to massively benefit, it's obviously other strong, deep striking armies. So things like Plague Marines with their Terminators, so their Blightlord Terminators, and the Blightlord and the Death Shroud Terminators could be a really good option for this. I think Orcs, just because they want to get stuck in, so just... I mean, removing some of the subtlety and just charging across the board at you in like buggies and vehicles and things and just getting stuck in. And I think
Gene Stealer cults.
GSC are
Good
definitely going to enjoy this one, and but yeah, armies that I don't think like this at all are any of the Elder armies. I think they're not going to enjoy this because unless you take
Really?
no, cause, mate, honestly, like the thing about the Elder archetype, based on where they're at currently, is they're very much about keeping things at arm's length. The aircraft you could put in to the deployment zone, but really with most Eldari armies, you want to be at a distance shooting people. Yeah, okay, there's Talos, and Talos can cause some problems with Line Breaker, but the majority of Elder armies want to sort of control the mid-table or the back, or the backboard edge and fire at you. I think Elder are definitely going to be more about engaging on all fronts, whereas I think more of the kind of durable armies are definitely going to be looking at Line Breaker, especially because the other thing about the Elder problem is you normally like buff up one thing with psychic powers and send it in to be a nuisance, but it's just one thing, and you need two things in order for Line Breaker to go off, and it's just not really the way to go, I think. But there we go. Phil, tell us about Domination.
So Domination, score 3 victory points if you control more than half of the total number of objective markers on the battlefield at the end of your turn. So just hold more objectives.
Well, hold half the objectives, not more, just half.
No, yes. No, it says if you control more than half the total number.
Oh, sorry, more than half. Yes. Very well. So if it's a 4 objective game, you need to hold 3 objectives in order to score this.
Yeah, it's very much what they call a win more objective, because if you are already winning, you will be doing this already. Because to win the primary, you need to be on as many objectives as possible. So this is just doubling down on something that you should already be doing if you're a good player. But I think a lot of people won't take this. And I probably wouldn't, because I kind of struggle to get primary. I can hold my half. That's fine. I could maybe keep my opponent off of some of theirs if push, but I'm hardly going to be jumping around the entire board to be on all the objectives or on, more than half.
I mean,
I think for some people it's a bit difficult to do.
But controlling more than half is very difficult to do for 5 turns, and especially at only 3 points a turn. So what you're essentially saying there is that across the span of a 5-turn game, you need to be on 3 objectives in a 4-objective game every turn in order then to score 15 points. Realistically, you're not going to do it turn 1. You're probably, if you're good, going to start doing it from about turn 2 onwards, but there's no guarantee that you're going to keep that under control while you're grinding it out, because in order to control those objectives, you then got to be putting stuff, in the backfield that then ultimately isn't enabling you to continue to fight for those contested ones, or the third one that's contested there. So in the grand scheme of things, I think of all of them, this is probably the one amongst Battlefield Supremacy that probably feels the least rewarding. I think in terms of my rankings of these 3, I think Engaged on All Fronts is an all-comers scenario. Line Breaker is a matchup dependent scenario, and Domination is a look at this guy's army list. I'm gonna stomp him. Why not? Take Domination because it's the most likely to give me the greatest reward. But yeah, that's entirely dependent on you already pretty confidently knowing that you're gonna just walk through this person.
Do you think it's worth sometimes taking that just for the lulz to do mind games on your opponent? Be like, yeah, Domination, I'm going to own you.
I mean, maybe. I just think it's one of those things, right, where it's just one of those ones where it's just hard going. And the thing is the problem is with the way that these missions are structured now. Even if you can't maximize these points, you definitely want to put yourself in a position where you're going to deliver yourself the best return on investment, and Domination just doesn't offer that. It has a lot of downside, and the reward is small. Like, if it was worth 4 points for controlling more than half the objectives, I'd start to go, ooh, actually, because then at that point you could say, oh, but if I control more than half for 3 out of 5 turns, that's sort of worth it, because then I'm at 12 points with the potential of getting 15. but the fact that best case scenario, you know, or the way it is currently, that's only worth 9 points to me. It's like, well, I'd rather take my chances with Line Breaker, or I'd rather take my chances with Engage on all fronts, because if I just do the Engage on all fronts for 3 turns, or 5 turns, I'll get 10 points. Whereas if I do this, realistically, I can only probably do it for 3 turns, and that's not going to be worth as many points. So that would be my takeaway from it. I think if they were going to make it more appealing, it should have been 4 points rather than 3. I think it's too hard. I just can't think of too many people who aren't going to just win anyway who are going to take that. I mean, Rich, what's your vibe on it?
I think Phil nailed it already with it's a win more, because looking through the different deployment maps, it's like you win this by you control the middle ground. In some ways, it's a little bit easier than Engage on all fronts, because you don't need to be as extended to achieve it on most maps. To be in the 4 quarters, you can get across over half the objectives without being in all 4 quarters. But you need to have a. It depends on your army, because you need to have a lot of obsec to be able to guarantee you can do this. And you need to be you need to have rushed forward and just taken over so much of it. And it's going to be hard to do. But I think if you're already winning, or you already think you're going to steamroll your opponent, then sure. But you need to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So if you're going to win anyway by having some, because you need to move into the middle of the table and then stay there and be obsec. And can you do that? And if you can do that, you're probably going to win anyway.
Well, what it means is you're probably going to win the primary, and what you want to do is stop your opponent from losing the primary but winning their secondaries, and therefore effectively drawing. Because all the secondaries are 45 points, right? So
well, 15, but 45 max.
Yeah, sorry, 15 each, but 45 for all 3.
I mean, if you score max points on domination, that means you've also maxed out the primary objective.
Yeah.
Default.
So what this means is your aim with domination is to win the primary objective, and just to make sure you creep ahead on the secondaries by doing the same thing as the primaries, and then you win the game.
Boosh. I mean, yeah, it's, as I say, you summarised it perfectly, Phil. It's the win more option, isn't it? Domination.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, let's move on to No Mercy, No Respite. So we're going to kick off with quite a wordy one, which is Thin Their Ranks. It is a end game objective, and it says, if you select this objective, which we assume you have, keep a tally of kill points. Yay! Tallies, Rich, your favourite.
I was going to say, this is the most bookkeeping of the missions.
Exactly, bookkeeping on top of bookkeeping. Who would have thought? Each time an enemy model is destroyed, add 1 to this tally. Add 10 to this tally. Instead, if that model was destroyed or had a wound characteristic of 10 or more. A model can, if it was resurrected for any reason, i.e. it was destroyed and subsequently returned to the battlefield, potentially add several points to this tally, assuming it is resurrected and subsequently destroyed several times over. At the end of the battle, divide your kill points tally by 10 and round down. The result is the number of victory points you score. I mean, good God.
It's a wordy one. Basically, it's... Well, in theory, what it should be is add up all your models at the end. For each 10, you get 1 point.
Yeah.
If it has 10 or more wounds, it is also 1 point.
Yeah.
It's wordy how it's done, and annoyingly, if you're against Necrons, you can't just count up the models at the end, because a lot of models are going to keep coming back. And obviously some other armies have a similar mechanic, so it's a bit of a faff, this one. Obviously, it's great if you're against a Horde army, because if you think about it, to get max points, which is 15,
yeah,
that's 150 models, or models which are basically vehicles or monsters.
Yeah, 15
in addition
tanks.
Yeah, so 15 tanks would do it, or a combination of 15 units and 15 tanks, which not a lot of armies... Well, if the general consensus is Horde is not the meta and people are taking lots of small elite units, then you're not going to do it through this unless they've taken a tank army.
Yeah, yeah. Most people's armies at the moment are like ultra durable, so it's minimum model count with maximum survivability. So, based on that whole heap of criteria, I just don't think you're going to ever really see anyone taking this, unless, of course, you've come up against someone who loves or has discovered that there is a trick to taking a massive horde of something. Nurglings, I hear, are very good as a massive horde. But, I mean, yeah. It's a lot of weird admin, and, I mean, it's cool because it's kill points, but it's just that thing where it's like, wow, I've got to, you know, if you're up against someone who's bringing 3 units of free of those melter aggressors, 3 units of free aggressors, 3 units of free blade guard, which is the sort of ultra competitive list that you're seeing doing the rounds already. I mean, you're talking about what, like, not even 30 models there, right? Like, you're talking about like 25 or something with characters. So it's like, cool, the best I can get out of you is 2. Woo!
Yeah, that's why this is one of those super matchup dependents. It's literally just, I'm up against a load of hordes. Or, because MSU, if it was monsters and vehicles, like if someone's running like 14 carnifexes, which I've been to an event and played against, it's like, then you might pick this. But otherwise, from the standard meta that people are talking about at the moment, you probably wouldn't take this until hordes become the meta again. Or you're just playing against a guy. It's not because it's.
I don't think that meta's
match by
coming back.
match.
I think this was written before they had the new detachment rules.
Well, also things like blasters scaring people off from taking, big blobs of units. So this one you will use when it comes up, but it's quite a rarity, I think.
But you used to get big, huge horde armies also to have that like CP farm.
Yeah.
And now they flip down its head, so you don't. The more units you have, the less CP you have. So I don't think you're ever gonna. I doubt you'll ever see that at any point to this objective, because it's never gonna be able to. You're never gonna be able to max it out ever.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're up against someone who's taken, I don't know, say someone's taken an army of 12 tanks, like and little tanks like Razorbacks.
Wait, my Grot tank army, you mean?
Well, they're not 10 wounds, are they? Grot tanks, they're 8 wounds.
Oh, it might even be less, actually. I can't remember.
It might be 6, mightn't it? Because I think the killer cans are 6, aren't they?
I suppose if someone has got like a monster or vehicle heavy army of 10 wounds or more, then it might be good because you could synergize it very well with Bring It Down.
For sure.
But I just don't see it likely that it's going to be worth it.
No, I agree. I think ultimately, if there is a time where people get really like light tank heavy because of how certain relationships in the game work, but then even then, the light tanks that you used to be able to spam are not spammable anymore because they're locked away in dedicated transport sections. So for every one of those things, you've got to take a tactical squad for it, in the example of the Razorback. And yeah, it's just not going to happen. You're never going to get that many of them into an army. So yeah, I think we can move on. Let's talk about grinding them down, Rich.
Grind them down. This is where you score 3 victory points at the end of the battle round if more enemy units than friendly units were destroyed this battle round. So the traditional kill more objective is you have to kill more units than your opponent kills. You have to do it every single turn to get, so every single battle round in order to get that 15 points. I'm personally not a fan. I think it's one that if you're doing very well, it becomes harder to score as the game goes on.
Yes.
Because there's less.
You kind of run out of steam. Basically.
Once you run out of things to kill, it becomes harder to achieve. So I don't really care for any of the ones in this category. But this one, I think this is where the best one of the No Mercy, No Respite section. But it seems like it's a hard one to get the 15 points on.
Yeah, it relies on your opponent to not do as well as you every turn. And there's a weird mechanic of if you go first, you've got to sort of set the standard that your opponent's then got to try and beat to stop you from scoring. And likewise, if you go second, your opponent kills like 4 of your units. You're like, okay, right, I need to kill 5 this turn. And that's what you've got to really focus on. I sort of like that mini game, and I've always enjoyed kind of kill more when it's in the old chapter approved missions, just because it was like, oh, hold more, kill more. Okay, this is kind of cool. I get it, nice and simple.
Yeah,
I think that actually, I take it back. There is at least two scenarios where it's good, and that's if you're either Chaos Knights or Knights. I think then it's a pretty solid pick because you'll usually have about 5 models
Or
in
Custodies,
your army,
where you've got super durable units.
Yeah, I don't think it's good. I don't actually think it's good for Custodes, really, because while Custodes are super durable, you don't have while your model count is low, your unit count isn't necessarily.
Yeah.
But I think for Knights it's very good because, like I say, if you've got Knights, you'll probably have, even if you've got Armigers, you've got 6 or 7 models, and the odds are your opponent's going to have far more than that.
Potentially, the next one is better for Knights.
Well, do you want to talk about it, Phil?
This is the worst one in the book.
Well, tell us about it, Phil, because it feels like we're all pretty down on grind them down. Although, again, it's much like the domination one, as the guys have already said.
Yeah.
It's just keep on
winning
win
more. Yeah. I guess the difference here is with domination, it actually ties in with a primary, whereas grind them down is you're winning the game because you're killing more, but that's actually not scoring you victory points. So it's more it's a win more, but it's like it just for the feels rather than for the actual score. But yeah, while we stand, we fight. If you select this objective, then before the battle, you must identify which 3 models from your army, and this is excluding models with a fortification battlefield role, have the highest points value, and make a note of them in your army roster. If 2 or more models are tied, then you can choose between them. So the downside is you don't get to pick. You basically got to take the highest pointed models in your army. If your army has 3 or fewer models, then you instead identify all the units in your army. A model's points cost includes the points of all the weapons and war gear it's equipped with, and you score 5 victory points for each of these models that are on the battlefield at the end of a battle. So basically, 3 models, they score you 5 points each for being alive at the end, which could be good for Knights, depending on how many little Knights you're taking.
The trick with this is if you can build some nonsense that essentially means that you take loads of like cheap units and then you add tricky units that can essentially stay out of harm's way but are more expensive than everything else. The example I was talking about with Joe was the flying Autarch. So the Autarch with wings. Now, one of the unique properties of the Autarch with wings is that because he's got Hawk's wings, he can go back into reserves beyond the usual battle for round free stipulation. So essentially at the start of your movement phase, you can go back up into the sky and you can re-enter the game the following turn. So essentially what you can do with these guys is you can start them in reserves, leave them off the table to battle round 3, deploy them on the table out of harm's way somewhere, assuming such an opportunity exists, and then in turn 4 you can take them back up into the sky again, and then in turn 5 bring them down again. And in theory, if they are the most expensive units in your army, because again it's not unit, rather it's model, isn't it? So they're the most expensive model in your army, and you've taken a load of cheap infantry, you could definitely look at getting While We Stand We Fight if you've got some kind of nonsense like that you can exploit. But not very many people have got ready access to that kind of thing, and it does mean that, you know, most people's armies are built around expensive stuff needing to be on the battlefield, you know, carrying the weight and doing damage and making a difference to your gameplay. So yeah, I think for most armies this is going to be a struggle to make work. I mean, Rich, you said it was the worst one here. I mean, what's your thinking there, man?
I mean, it's a mild exaggeration, but it's just because usually, because you don't get to choose what it is. It's that the 3 most expensive models in your army become the targets for your opponent, and then it's all about the agencies on what your opponent does rather than you. So they just have to kill them, and usually, like you said, your expensive models are usually good ones. So you're not going to be, unless you've built your entire list around this concept of having some slightly more expensive models.
Yeah, but
to
then your army
survive.
might not be very good.
Yeah,
of it.
I don't really like it. I mean, you could use it, say, for flyers. Like,
Yeah,
say you had, say, Imperial Guard, and your most expensive units were free vendettas. That's then 3 vendettas that are on the board twice, and you are hoping that what. But if they get killed, then you lose points. It's where if stuff of yours dies, and this is a game where models get killed all the time, you immediately lose points just if your expensive units die. I don't like it. It seems complicated, and someone might make the ultimate list with this. I don't know I can't think what it would be offhand, but someone
I can tell you what
something.
it is. It's 3 basilisks and a ton of infantry, because the basilisks can hide out of line of sight and shoot stuff. So they're still being engaged in the game, doing what they normally do. Obviously, it's a terrible list. But
yeah, it sounds awful, Phil.
Yeah, I think my all-tark list was a bit better, mate. At least I had the flying gimmick.
If you've got a high-pointed unit that can not need line of sight, so it can hide, that's probably the best way of doing it. Or you're just taking something super durable, like, your knights, but it relies on your opponent not being able to kill all of them. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Be.
Of the no mercy, no respite, I assume that most of us are probably feeling like... I don't know, I think While We Stand We Fight has some viability in certain list builds, but I think, Grind Them Down seems like the one you're going to take of that selection if you were going to take anything.
I mean, I think if you're a Tau player, you probably will go, I've got my 3 Riptides, tons of drones, I'm going to take Whilst We Stand We Fight. Like, for them, that is probably the no-brainer one, because they are super durable.
And I hate Tau players, so we should tell them that.
You hate Tau players?
I don't like Tau players. No, I don't like Tau. I hate playing against Tau.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just annoying. It's annoying playing against Tau because of all the drones and all the obscene Overwatch. And I think it would not do them very good to take this, so we should tell them they should.
So what you're saying is if you're a Tau player, this is great for you. Definitely take this.
Yes, definitely take it and definitely put it on some Riptides. I'm definitely going to shoot with all my guns.
Fair enough. Cool. All right, let's move on to Purge the Enemy. So the first of the Purge the Enemy secondaries is a little-known secondary called Titan Hunter. I wonder what that could be about. So, score 10 victory points at the end of the battle if one enemy Titan model is destroyed. 12 victory points if 2 enemy Titan, or rather Titanic models are destroyed. Or 15 victory points if 3 or more Titanic models are destroyed. So it seems that not only do GW not quite fancy the idea of you taking a Horde army, they don't seem to overly want to reward you for taking an Imperial Knight army either. So that's very nice, isn't it?
Well, you can still take an Imperial Knight army, though. It's not like they've made other changes to make it completely pointless.
No, of course not.
No, but I guess it's that thing of if you're up against a Knight army, you're 90% going to just take this, aren't you? Because just killing one of them gives you 10 points, and getting 10 points out of a secondary is pretty solid.
Oh, mate, absolutely. So, for something that you're definitely going to want to do anyway, right?
Yeah. We didn't touch on it too much before, but usually the best secondaries are ones that you're going to just end up doing, right? It's the ones you're going to achieve by playing normally, and if you're against an army of knights, you're going to be killing knights. So take the secondary, that means you kill the knights, you get the points.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complete no-brainer. Obviously, if you've got someone with one Titanic thing across the board from you, maybe, just maybe, you could argue that you might not want to take it. But I actually think, in realistic terms, even in that set of criteria, unless there's something else within Purge the Enemy that makes more sense, I think Titan Hunter is pretty solid as a secondary, as long as obviously your opponent has something that meets that criteria. And if they do, then fair enough. But then equally, it could be a little bit of a sort of a double-edged sword, because if you've got a really durable Titan model in your army and it's not really, the main source of your damage and of your threat, maybe you could mislead your opponent into taking Titan Hunter because of the allure of the 10 points, and then they discover at the end of the game that's exactly what you wanted them to do, and they fell into your trap, and would have been better off taking something else. But yeah.
Well, I mean, quite often, like when the old Castellan Knight was doing the rounds, and people are like, how do I defeat it? It's super durable and tough. And the answer was normally to not bother with it. It's like, yeah, you're going to soak up some hits, but you've got to play to the table and play the mission and kind of try and hide your stuff in terrain or out of line of sight. And so potentially, if there's just one Titan model that's, going to be a pain to kill, taking this might be the wrong decision. It might be better off to go, actually just ignore it, focus on everything else, because quite often a big Titanic model isn't going to win them the game. It's got a lot of firepower, yes, but it can be at most sat on one objective. It's not going to be scoring them a ton of points. Well, it depends also on what they've gone, because if they've gone for, as we said in the last one, whilst we stand we fight, you'll be like, I'll double down, I'll take Titan Hunter, and I'll then stop you from scoring your points, and I'll gain points for killing it. So a good double synergy with what your opponent takes.
Definitely. Rich, any expanding thoughts or feelings on Titan Hunter, or is it pretty straight up and down, as you would say?
I mean, if you're against an army with multiple knights or multiple Titanic units, you take it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I think if there's one Titan, like in a friendly game we played, I'd say friendly, it was a very competitive game we had the other week. If your opponent's got one Titanic unit and then lots of other vehicles, it puts you in a position where you have to debate: is it better to go for Titan Hunter or bring it down?
Yeah,
which is the next one we'll come on to. But if you're up against multiple Titanic units, you should probably take it, because you're gonna need to kill those anyway.
I mean, why don't you tell us about Bring It Down now, Rich, seeing as you've teased it, lined it up?
I laid it up. So I want to Bring It Down, which is you score 2 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy monster or vehicle with a wounds characteristic of 10 or less, and 3 victory points for each monster or vehicle with a wounds character of 11 or more that is destroyed by the end. So, fairly straightforward. Small vehicles and monsters, 2 points each. Larger ones, wounds of 11 or more, 3 points each. So it really depends what you're up against. It's a pretty, on average, depending on your opponent, it's a pretty good one to go for. I found, especially if someone's got, say, you're against Space Marines and they've got loads of transports or a bunch of vehicles or smaller vehicles, because you can do the points in your head beforehand. It's like, am I going to be able to just kill enough of these things? And will I get those points? It's an easier one to get 15 to. Because even if say you're against knights, for example, say they had a couple of big knights and a bunch of armigers, Bring It Down is probably a better pick, because you can get more points overall easier than having to kill 3 knights. If you kill, say, 1 and a bunch of armigers, you'd get probably more. Yeah, it's 3 points for an armiger.
I think as well, though, one of the interesting things that we've not really sort of touched upon with some of these other options up to this point, Bring It Down also offers some very clear, tactical decisions to both players in terms of taking it, but then also being aware of its existence. So tailoring your list to essentially ensure that effectively Bring It Down isn't as obvious a choice for people. So maybe you start to look at bigger vehicles with larger transport capacities, better weapons, better durability, because you might have been able to take 3 Razorbacks rather than 1 Land Raider or 2 Razorbacks to achieve the same kind of functionality as 1 Land Raider. But the thing is with that is that if you kill that 1 Land Raider, 1, it's a lot harder to do than killing 2 Razorbacks, and 2, it only rewards your opponent 1 extra point for the privilege. So if you kill 2 Razorbacks, it's worth 4 points. If you kill 1 Land Raider, it's only worth 3. So I think it creates an interesting dynamic for players where they have to start thinking about, do I want to spam vehicles because I'm going to concede Bring It Down, or do I now want to look for the efficiencies in my army list construction and take things? So
because you could look at it and basically go, I'm only going to take 4 vehicles tops, because then if someone wants to take Bring It Down, they can only score 12. In which case, are they going to pick it?
Yeah.
But I've still got a decent amount of vehicles. Or like you said, you go, I'm actually going to spam loads of vehicles because that's going to be really cool and optimized for different reasons. But I'm probably going to give away bring it down completely to the full 15 points. And, that's something to consider.
I think you could play it differently as well, like just to trick your opponent into taking bring it down. But they might not want to. Like, for example, like with one of my usual kind of Imperial Fists, I've got a whole bunch of Centurions in there, which is like the most dangerous thing in my list. If I put a bunch of small vehicles, that could make my opponent say, "Oh, I'll take bring it down, and I'll shoot all these small vehicles because those get me points," and ignoring the bigger threat, which is not vehicles.
Because if your vehicles are also kind of stuff, like if they're all transports, it's like, shoot at these for days, because turn one I'm going to probably have moved or maybe disembarked my stuff, or turn two at least I would have moved, disembarked, and then actually the transports aren't doing anything except being kind of nuisance fire bases. So actually forcing your then opponent to target the transports to bring it down, and it's like that's not an optimal target because it's not going to win them the game overall. Because all your juicy stuff ain't a vehicle.
And I think what's interesting is actually about the purge the enemy stuff, right? Because, I mean, like, Battlefield Supremacy, you can start to theory craft and build certain army list ideas in your own army. No Mercy, No Respite. I think we broadly feel like that's not necessarily a great series of secondaries anyway, but there are some matchup-specific instances where you might use these. But Purge the Enemy, on the whole, definitely starts to make you think about list construction and how you then kind of create these difficult decisions for your opponent, or start to kind of offer opportunities for them to consider Purge the Enemy secondaries, but for them not to necessarily achieve the maximum reward for them. Because as Phil said, if you were thinking of taking 4 vehicles before, maybe you think, oh, actually, if I take 3 more expensive vehicles that are harder to get rid of, okay, they're over 10 wounds each, but that means my opponent, if they take Bring It Down, is now only going to achieve 9 victory points. Whereas if I took my, 4 or 5 easier, smaller vehicles, they would have gotten, 8 or 10, but just done it easier. So, and that's assuming that they can deal with, free Land Raiders at the moment. I've been mucking around with lists looking at free Land Raiders. I keep looking at them going, there's an argument at the moment that these things are pretty solid in 9th edition. I mean, I don't think they're going to be super amazing because unfortunately those melter gun dudes exist, but there is some potential there, and there are some other armies obviously that could do some interesting stuff with it. Monoliths, for example. We don't know what new monoliths are like, but monoliths are pretty cool. Some of the bigger monsters, so taking big units, because forgive me if I'm wrong, Phil, Carnifexes still come in units of 3, right?
Yes, yeah.
So oh, hang on, no, it specifically says model, doesn't it? So it doesn't matter if you take them in a unit of 3, you get the points for killing each one in the unit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's sort of to the detriment of a Tyranid player, because someone that might go, oh yeah, I want to take a bunch of Carnifexes, all of a sudden you're kind of hemorrhaging points. And while they're cool and reasonably durable, it's like they're not super durable. It is doable to kill them.
Well, fair enough. I think Bring It Down is definitely a good one, but I think it's interesting when you start to introduce those how you then reverse that logic and start to think about how you're going to ensure that your army doesn't give the most amount of reward to your opponent for a secondary like this. I think that's going to be an interesting layer.
I definitely think, because I'm looking at my Krieg at the moment, and I'm just going to go sort of tank spam, take lots of my transport, so my two Storm Chimeras that I've got already, my 2 little Centaurs that I'm building up at the moment, and then just take a bunch of Lehman Russes and some artillery and some troops to go over transports and stuff, just because it'll be a fun list. It will give me the mobility to kind of get up the board and a lot of durability, but again, everyone would always bring it down against them.
Yeah,
and it's
course.
like, or I can do some little tricks to make them a bit more survivable. Okay, I can like pop my smoke or turn one and still shoot. Okay, so everything's -1. I can take an astropath to give a couple of vehicles, or one vehicle -1, another vehicle +1 to its save. It's like, but you are just going to hemorrhage the points no matter what. And I guess you can tailor an army to be, okay, I'm just taking all armor, and therefore most lists that come up against me and are kind of all comers will have some anti-tank, but they won't have a ton. But because knight lists exist and they're way more durable, I think people will be able to know how to deal with lots of armor.
Yeah.
And like I said, you only need to kill 4 to 5. Well, five 10 or more wounds, or 11 or more wounds, I think, is it?
10 or more.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
11 or more to get through. Yeah. So that's not a lot in the grand scheme of it. That's basically one big vehicle a turn, which might be tough depending on what your army list is. So I think even when you're just building your own list, you need to. Well, you're always going to be aware of the meta. Like, okay, knight lists exist, so I need to be able to deal with them. Need to be able to deal with vehicles, especially because that's the perceived meta. So you do need to have a decent amount of firepower to deal with killing one tank per turn. So always then, when you come up against something with lots of vehicles and monsters, you can just tick this off really easily. What you don't want to do is go, I've got a bit of anti-tank, but it'll take me 2 turns to take down a vehicle, in which case you're not going to be scoring this.
Yeah.
So I think when you're building your list, that's something you need to, think about.
Totally. Cool. Why don't you tell us about Cut Off the Head, Phil?
Cut Off the Head. I quite like this one. So this is, so there was, I think, Slay the Warlord in the core rulebook, and it was a bit rubbish, and it was just like sort of flat points or something for killing the Warlord. I think it was like 6 points or something.
Yeah, it was 6 in the rulebook, I think, yeah.
And then they've revised it to be this one, which, again, as we said at the beginning of the chat, why is there 2 similar things that came out at exactly the same time? Is a bit odd. Anyway, I do like this one, though, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. But at the end of a battle round, you score a number of victory points if the enemy warlord was destroyed during the battle. The number of victory points scored depends on the battle round at which the enemy warlord was destroyed, as shown in the table below. So back round 1, you get 13 victory points. So that's the max you can score. Back round 2, 10 victory points. Back round 3, 6 victory points. Back round 4, 3 victory points. Back round 5, 1 victory point. Yeah, you failed, basically. If the enemy warlord was destroyed, but was resurrected or otherwise returned to the battlefield and subsequently destroyed again, then for the purposes of this secondary objective, it was destroyed during the battle round in which it was last removed from the battle. So I really like this because it rewards you for being really aggressive early on, but it's also really hard to do unless you're taking specific builds. Potentially things like Smash Captains, maybe you'll go, okay, cool, I could do this, or snipers. But also you could really deny your opponent. Like if you take Gilliman, who's going to get back up on a 4-up, you've got a decent chance of, frustrating your opponent by making him have to be killed at the turn later, which is anywhere between like 3 to 4 victory points difference, which is quite a big deal.
I mean, it's been my assertion early doors with 9th edition that players are definitely going to seek to take more durable characters now because they have less of them. And because you have less of them, I think you are going to rely on those buffs and benefits even more. And you're going to want to sort of reinforce those, I suppose. So where before you might have 4 or 5 characters in a standard game of 8th edition 40k, it seems likely that bar characters that appear within, the elite slots and other areas, which for most armies is not a very frequent occurrence. I think, really characters in the elite section are relatively rare in Xenos armies anyway.
I think Gene Stealer Cult probably have a lot, or they could be all HQs though, if you remember.
Yeah, GSC might do, but I mean, Elder none that I can really think of. I mean, technically, there's the Bone Singer, but that is a legendary miniature now. Yeah, I think it's mostly Marines who have access to things like, Company Champion and
same with
Ancient.
Guard.
Yeah. So I think that's the thing. It's like, but for most people, like the things that are going to be characters and are going to be giving you buffs, or things that's going to become your warlord, are going to be things like, you're not going to necessarily think, I'll take to use Space Marines as the example again. You're not going to take a Primaris Captain in Power Armor anymore. You're going to be like, oh, actually, I probably should be upgrading it to a Gravis Captain, or I should be looking at special characters like Calgar, or as you already said, characters like Guilliman, who are super durable, because, the buffs and abilities that they give your army are so incredibly important that it sort of needs to be secured. Because you can just get unlucky. I mean, admittedly, I feel like the Vindicare has been somewhat neutered by the changes to the terrain rules, but you can still just get unlucky and get one-shotted by a Vindicare if you position your Warlord foolishly. So you do need to ensure his survival a bit more, if you can.
I mean, this feels like it's one that you've got to really build to, because ultimately you need to go, I need to kill the Warlords. Turn 1, ideally. Turn 2, at the least. Because otherwise you would have been better off picking something else.
Yeah. But again, I don't see you taking it too often, because I think you're not going to... When you're building army lists, you're not going to factor this into your planning as a strategy for success, are you? You're not going to think, yes, I'm building this list specifically to achieve cut off the head, because I don't. Because it's just not possible, is it?
I don't know. Well, I've been looking at it for my Minotaur Smash Captain, basically, because he's white scars. He can move. He can advance. I can give him +1 with a relic to move and advance and charge rolls and stuff. So I sort of think there's a long shot to do it like a turn 1 charge, super hard. But it is possible. But I think if you were to do that, your opponent would just be like, okay, I'll measure out how far I can feasibly go, and I'll put my Warlord over here.
Yeah.
So I think while it could be a fun one, and I think it is more specifically, rather than competitive play, this would be a fun one to do. It's really good sort of narrative-wise, I guess, to go, my guy's going to kill your guy, we're going to have a face-off. Turn 1, turn 2 sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if your opponent wants to be like, well, actually, no, I'm just going to hide my guy out somewhere behind a building, surround him by a bunch of dudes so you can't get into close combat with him easily. Like, you can deny this one quite comfortably. Especially if you are, like, for example, Astra Militarum, just a company commander guy who's going to be either in a transport or hidden behind some tanks, for example. You could quite easily deny this one.
I think given the way it works as well, I feel like 13 points is too little, because I think ultimately your opponent's going to know you're going to try and do it, so you're going to factor it into everything you're going to do in terms of your build. Unless your opponent is using something like, let's say they're using a Lehman Russ tank commander that you can target from turn 1. But even then, your opponent's going to go, cool, outflank it. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, it's super situational, because like you point out, like, as soon as you pick it, your opponent knows you're going to try and do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you either hide behind a wall, or it could be good against Space Marines, because they usually want their characters on the board still to give all the buffs. But it's like, it's that company commander. Okay, I'm going to chuck him in reserve. So that means you've already limited your opponent to only getting a maximum of 6 points, because he's not going to be on the board till turn 3.
Yeah.
So I think it's too hard to do.
Yeah, it's like if you've got a warlord that you want on the table to be doing stuff, going out, getting objectives, killing your enemy, or buffing units, then you could take this to force your opponent to be like, okay, am I going to hide him now to deny you? But then my army's not functioning how I built it to be functioned. So there is potentially mind games here where you take it to force your opponent to change their strategy about how they're playing their game. It depends on whether that warlord is like a linchpin unit, or if it's just a bit of a throwaway character that you've just put a buff on that's going to sort of hide out somewhere.
Well, I think more often than not with 9th edition, most people are going to be using warlords as linchpin units because Slay the Warlord isn't a standard secondary anymore, because losing your warlord doesn't really mean anything unless someone has cut off the head. Yeah. So yeah.
Because I always looked at the lack of Slay the Warlord as like, oh, brilliant, I can take a tank commander and I can give it a relic, or, well, if there was a relic available in the GT pack, which you can't, because you can't take the specialist attachments, but that's a different topic. But you go, oh, I can take a tank commander now and I'll make it my warlord, because that's, thematic, and I'll give it a warlord trait. Awesome. But then someone could just go, I'll take cut off a head, because your Leman Russ is easy to shoot at. You can't use Lookout Sir against it to stop him from being shot at, and the only thing you can do is like try and hide behind some buildings with the obscured rule, and depending on your terrain layout, that might not be easy to do. So it's pros and cons with this one.
I genuinely think they've underpointed it, though. I think if you kill someone's warlord turn 1, it should be worth 15 points.
Should be worth 20.
Well, no, not 20, because obviously that's not possible. But if they scaled it up and went 15, 13, 10, 6, 3 was the lowest you could get, I think you could argue that might be a little bit better. But yeah, I think the way it's pointed there feels a little bit light, that you could get to the end of the game and it's only worth 1. Seems a bit unfair.
It's quite. I mean, how many games can you think of where you've either killed your opponent's warlord turn 1 or had your warlord killed turn 1? It's not often.
Very rare. Very, very rare.
Yeah, even by turn 2, you're still probably doing something on the board with him. He might have lost a wound or two, but he probably won't be dead.
I played a game once where someone didn't realise how far. I played a game in a tournament where someone didn't quite comprehend how fast hemlocks were. And his warlord was this token little company commander at the back of the board with, all the stuff to regain CPs. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And just parked next to it and shot it. So that's about one of the few occasions where I can think of. But
actually,
very
that
rare.
is right. When you leave, it is normally like a company commander out in the open, and a flyer will just come along next to him and be like, right, I'm going to shoot him now.
Yeah. But you're not going to take company commanders as your warlords anymore, because there's no reason to. Like, before, it was like a weird token gesture thing that you did because there were some things you wanted to get access to, but also there was some... you didn't want to put it on the stuff that was getting stuck in because you were worried about Slay the Warlord, because it was a victory point in a game of limited victory points.
Yeah.
Whereas now...
I think you still would with Guard, just because there's certain warlord traits you would give him that might be beneficial, but he's going to be surrounded by either tanks or infantry, so the Lookout Sir rule should kick in.
Should do. All right. Randomly, there's also a 4th Purge the Enemy, which is Assassinate. And Assassinate is score 3 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy character model that you destroyed. So, I mean, exactly the same as Bring It Down, just replace monster or vehicle with a character and change it all to a flat 3 points per character. I mean, again, if your opponent's got loads of characters, if they're a Space Marine player and they've maxed out on champions and ancients and apothecaries and captains and librarians and chaplains or whatever other nonsense there is, you're almost certainly going to find yourself in a situation where you're going, cool, I'll be taking this. But again, it's something to factor into your army list construction when thinking about taking loads of characters, because you could also be handing this over to your opponent. I mean, anything that you want to expand on for that, Rich?
I think it's a great one on the whole, because a lot of people at the minute run Space Marines and they take lots of buffing characters. I think it depends how easy it is for you to take out those characters. The good thing is it's not like a turn count limit, like cut off the head. You just need to kill those characters by the end of the game. And if you've got some snipers or Vindicari, to pronounce it correctly, or some eliminators, then it's a really good one to have. I think I've used it against you once, where you had tons of characters.
Yeah.
And I pretty much maxed it out alone just with a squad of eliminators.
Yeah.
Just slowly picking off characters throughout the game. If you've got snipers in your list, whatever they are in your particular army, and your opponent has enough characters, it's a great one to go for. I don't think it's good against, say, knights, because there are better options for against knights.
Such as Titan Slayer. Or Titan Hunter, sorry. Yeah. But
I suppose it would depend again. I think there's a very brief or limited opportunity, maybe, for if they've made it so all their knights are characters.
Yeah, but they can only make
armigers, but then bring it down might be better still.
Well, I mean, again, the thing is, if they made them characters, they can't make the armigers characters. I don't believe. I think it's only the lancers and the whatever the Castellan knights are called. But yeah, I think in most instances you're going to take Titan Hunter in those instances. But yeah, look, your opponent's got a load of characters. Cool, assassinate. But then at the same time, obviously factor that into your thinking when you're building your armies, because if you've got loads of characters, you could very well suffer at the hands of assassinate. So lots of nice things to think about there in terms of balance and how you're going to approach things. So, purge the enemy out of the way, we're now going to talk about the shadow operations. So the first one, bizarrely, amongst shadow operations, is raising a banner high. I mean, call me a, pedantic sort, but I thought holding up a banner in the air probably didn't seem all that covert or shadowy operative. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean, I don't know.
This is the Dawn of War objective.
Basically, yeah. This is the classic Dawn of War 1 cutscene of the Blood Raven raising the banner as the drop pods fall back.
I mean, I don't think any of these are particularly shadowy or sneaky per se. But they're all a bit more like it should be more like recon operations potentially.
And they're all action based though. I think that's the thing.
Yeah. But they're sort of done in broad daylight as opposed to in the shadows. But raise the banners high. So raise banners is an action. Now we haven't actually had an action yet, but for clarity, actions are specific actions that you do in place of anything else. So essentially the only stipulation around actions is that you're allowed to move and then you're allowed to perform an action. You can't advance and perform an action. You can't fall back and perform an action. You can't shoot and perform an action, which, to be fair, wouldn't even be feasible because you would have declared making that action prior to the shooting phase. I don't even think you can make psychic attacks. I think the only thing you can do, unless, of course, that psychic phase is done to perform an action, because there are also psychic actions as well. But the only thing you can do is fight if you're in engagement range. So if you've said that you're going to perform an action, but you are in combat for some reason, or find yourself in combat for some reason, you are still then able to fight.
Yeah. So you can't perform an action while in engagement range, but potentially you could be performing an action and then either be somehow charged, because it might take longer than a turn. Although I
think that stops the action though. As soon as you interacted with, the action stops.
Well, so the wording on actions are: so a task a unit is attempting to perform, started and completed as specified by the action itself. A unit cannot start to perform an action while in engagement range with an enemy unit. A unit cannot start to perform an action if it advanced or fell back this turn. Aircraft and fortifications cannot perform actions. Characters cannot use aura abilities while performing actions. Actions failed if a unit is destroyed or if it makes a normal move, advance, fall back, manifests psychic power, shoots, charges, or performs a heroic intervention. So it is still, if it fights, it's still doing its action. So if you went within 3 inches of a character and said, I'm performing this action, that character could heroically intervene into you and attack you, and you could attack it back. But unless he kills that unit, they have performed that action as long as they have done it within the time frame stipulated within that particular action.
So fighting back in combat doesn't break the action.
Correct, yeah. Anything other than fighting breaks actions, but not fighting. But
you can't be fighting at the time you start the action.
Yeah, so you couldn't be in engagement range at the start, and you couldn't charge, and you can't fall back. But what you can do is find yourself in a fight through heroic intervention or some other means.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be a rare case. The heroic intervention, I think, is the most likely one that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, you might find yourself with like a super quick unit that you want to fly across, and then you might not notice that there was a character within 3 inches, but you'll be like, yeah, doing this action, and then they go, oh, poo, heroic intervention. Could you be amazed the amount of people who forget that heroic intervention exists? But there you go. So look, it's an action, so we stipulated that. So 1 or more infantry units from your army can start to perform this action at the end of a movement phase. So this is good as well, because this is an action that can be performed by any infantry unit, including characters, which is cool. Each unit from your army that starts to perform this action must be in range of a different objective marker that does not have one of your banners raised upon it. See below. A unit cannot start this action while there are enemy units excluding aircraft. So you can be within engagement range of aircrafts, but not anything else. The action is completed by the end of your turn. If this action is successfully completed, that objective marker is said to have one of your army's banners raised on it. The banner is removed if your opponent controls the objective marker at the start of any phase. You score 1 victory point at the end of each command phase, and 1 victory point at the end of the battle for each objective marker on the battlefield that has one of your banners raised upon it. So what's interesting about that is as well the fact that you get the points in the end of your command phases, but you also get the victory points at the end of the game. And that's an interesting thing that I think maybe a few people are overlooking, because they might be like, oh, I get the points in my command phase, but if you make like a really big last, like, you know, grab for maybe 3 or so different objectives somehow, because you've got momentum or whatever, if you do that in your turn 5, you can still score those 3 points at the end of the battle. So it can be quite nice and swingy if you've got, you know, good obsec units that can take control of objectives in the final turns. So you could find yourself, doing okay out of that. It's very momentum based. It's not an easy one to max out, I don't think. I think turn 1 to turn 2 is going to be a bit of a grind with it, especially because you've got to, you know, take actions in order to perform it. But I don't hate it. I think it's actually a pretty good way of scoring 15 points. It just means that you've got to be in a situation where you've got control of at least 3 objectives for at least, well, you know, you want to have at least, you want obviously 5 turns of 3 objectives, but you could definitely, you know. But the thing is, the difference with this is it's actually a 6-turn thing, but it's because of the way it's worded, you can't score it into your command points, but they have stipulated that they have still given you 5 turns worth.
So potentially you could have 3 objectives you raise about high for 4 turns, but then by the end you get that extra 3. So actually, you don't need the 5 turns. You need 4 plus the end.
Yeah.
I think we need to have spare units to achieve it. Like, do you have surplus infantry units that aren't going to be able to do nothing other than this action?
Yeah.
Or cheap characters that aren't really going to do anything. Like, I guess if Space Marines, you probably won't do this unless you're going to go, I'm going to take some servitors or something super cheap where I can, you know, have them loitering around doing this. But at the same time, they still need the maneuverability to get onto objectives.
Yeah.
And a lot of, there will be 1 or 2 objectives in your deployment zone. So those ones will be relatively easy to get and should be easy to, you know, keep. But the ones in the mid-table are the ones where all the fighting is going to happen. So they're going to be the hard ones. There's one thing that happens on this that I realised in one of my games where, and I sort of wish this rule was changed. So, because my opponent, Toby, he raised the banners and then he just moved his guys off of the objectives to like get them stuck into the fight. And I was like, cool, you get your 1 victory point in your command phase, but you've actually just lost 3 victory points because you don't you don't own that objective, you don't contest it. It's like if when the banner's on it, it still counts as being yours for scoring the primary. I think then that's like a really cool mechanic, because it's like, I own this, you can't take me off of it until you get on it as well, which is, I think, a very Age of Sigmar way of doing it.
There is a mission which does that, isn't there?
There is a mission that does that specifically, yeah.
Okay.
So one of
I
the
lost to
primaries...
Dan because I forgot about that.
Yeah. But that being said, I mean, obviously in that mission it synergizes really well with that. But even then, I think it depends on how you're approaching these things and what you're sort of thinking in terms of how you're going into it. I think Raise the Banners, at least on the whole, has potential to do okay. And again, it's one of those things that if you're on a board where there's 6 objective markers down, it becomes a lot easier to potentially, clock up these points and to build it up. So I think it's going to be mission dependent, but it's definitely it's got potential. I definitely don't feel like it's going to be hard going, because you've got to sacrifice infantry units and you've got to build strategies around it. And even then, right, like cheap characters, unless it's as you say, a company commander or a can't even think of any other shoddy character examples, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, we read one thing wrong. So you score 1 point at the end of each of your command phase, so you can't physically do that turn 1.
No,
so
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
So you literally need to have your 4 turns from turn 2 to 5 and have them at the end to get max points.
Yes.
So I think this is one of the ones where you're going to go, okay, yeah, if I'm doing okay, I'll score an average 10 points or less.
But if you
and that's good.
If you create a situation, though, Phil, you talk about max points on that. If you create a situation where, say, turn 1, you get 3. Let's say that happens somehow. You get 3 of these turn 1.
Well, so then at the start of your turn 2, you've got your 3 points.
But then equally, you could then still kind of take that up to 4 for the following turn. Now, admittedly, it's hard going.
Oh yeah, you could, yeah.
But I'm saying in missions where there are 6 objectives, it could be done if you had mobility and a lot of bodies. This is definitely one of those ones that could favour a horde army if it wasn't for the fact that they were let down by so many other things. But
yeah, and it does synergise with domination if you think you are going to be winning more and you are going to go for that kind of board control.
Well, it's weird that you say that, though, right? Because I think if you're winning more and going for board control, you want your units of infantry doing stuff which they can't do with this. So it's one of those things where, because you've got to sacrifice turns to it. It's also the fact that you lose aura abilities, which is massive by performing actions. So the idea that all of a sudden, you could go, oh, my apothecary will do it, but then all of a sudden, you may lose access to an apothecary aura, such as a 6-up Field of Pain, or you might think, oh, I'm going to get my Prophets of Flesh homunculus to do this, hanging out with my Talos, but then all of a sudden, whatever aura abilities that thing gives are being removed. So it's an interesting one, right? It's an interesting one. But there you go.
It's one of those things, like, so if you think you can easily get your banners on 2 objectives for the whole game, that's maximum 10 victory points, which is pretty solid, right?
Yeah, pretty solid.
Most of, well, not in all, most deployment zones have 1 objective in.
Yeah.
Some have 2. And if you're playing that game where it's got 2 objectives in your deployment zone, you can be like, great, turn 1, there probably isn't much line of sight. I can have 2 even good units doing this. And then, but ideally, this is you're building this around units that are just gonna do your action and then just sit there to babysit that objective. I think. But yeah, so I think an average gamer can go, I can easily do two banners for every turn for the whole game, and that should be achievable for most people, I think, no matter what build of your list is. So I think this is a good kind of all-rounder.
Rich, tell us about Investigate Sites.
I wanted to say I wasn't that big a fan of Raise the Banners High, but I can go on to Investigate Sites.
No, please, mate. Tell us about Raise the Banners High and how you don't like it.
Well, I don't like it because it's only really... I think you made some good points, but it's only really three missions that it's good on. Because that's when because most of the missions only have 4 objectives, and often only one of those is in your deployment zone. Which means I think it really comes down to that mission type. If you're on one which has got 4, which has got 5, or you're on the one that's got 6, I think it's potentially a good pick because you can start racking those points up. But I don't think it's a hard one to get 15 on. That's the thing. Well, if you've got 2 objectives in your deployment zone, which isn't as often as you'd think, but judging by the mission types there are, you can do it, but it's tricky to get it right. It's a bit complicated. I think it's a good late game return one. It's not one that I don't think it's one I think you definitely raised some banners turn 1, but then it's like turn 4 and 5 you raise the others. Yeah. So you raise them in turn 1 and then you start wiping out your opponent, and then the later turns you raise the banners on what's left because your opponent doesn't have anything that can stop you. Yeah. I think that's more how you make it work.
And that's assuming you've got something early game that you don't mind sacrificing in terms of their output in order to get that early game momentum going without losing, the momentum of having that unit contribute to shooting and killing and fighting and so on.
Exactly, yeah, because late game you can have units of 1 or 2 models that you're like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't shoot.
Yeah. It's more valuable to raise the banners in those instances, yeah. Yeah. All right, cool, man. Investigate.
I think if you're on the mission called Raid, I think it's a good one to go. It's a good one to try out because Raid's the one that's got 6 objectives, of which 2 are in your deployment zone. So, if you're playing score, okay, on to Investigate Sites, which is score 3 victory points each time a unit from your army successfully completes the following action, which is the Investigate Site action, where 1 infantry unit, excluding characters, from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase if it is within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield, and no enemy units, excluding aircraft, are within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield. This action is completed at the end of your turn. So in some ways it's good because you score at the end of your turn rather than in your command phase. So that's quite good, and you get 3 victory points each time. So you need to do it if you want to max out. You need to do it every turn. Which is going to be a bit tricky, and you've got to be right dead center in the middle of the board, and none of your opponent can be either at the time you do it. So it's
hard
one.
That you've got to deny your opponent from being within that area. But on the plus side, if you look at a lot of the objectives, like on the missions, very few of them have objectives in the center. I think there's 1 or 2 out of 9. So you could actually go, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to try and control the center of the board because realistically, my opponent isn't going to be going for the center because he's going to be going to the objectives off to the sides. And then you get that interesting sort of meta game of I'm going off somewhere where you won't want to be, so you're going to waste time trying to do this, trying to stop me.
I think the thing that's interesting as well, I suppose, is it kind of does reward those armies that want to kind of dominate the mid-table. Again, because it's an action, you need to have something in your army that you don't mind not doing something for a turn. But again, it's a good option, I think, in some respects, if you've got an army that's going to fight its way forwards and, seize control of a good amount of the mid-board and really kind of, break through in a kind of wedge formation into the center of your opponent's army. But it's an interesting one. It's not one that immediately feels like. The problem is controlling the center of the board for 5 turns is hard going, especially when you've got a unit that you're going to basically be going, and I'm not going to do anything with it this turn. That's the thing. It's like holding on to the center of the board for 3 turns is probably unlikely, especially when you consider how massive that 12-inch radius is, or 6-inch radius.
I mean, if you're taking scouts, for example, you could be like, I could be on this turn 1. I'll get maybe 1 or 2 turns easy points.
Yeah, but that's 6 points, right? There's other places you can get 6 points much easier.
Yeah, 6 isn't great, but it's better than nothing. And I think a lot of times you've got to be looking at these as you're never going to be able to max out of them, or it's going to be very hard to max out of them. So what's the decent average for the minimum effort of going out of my way from the primary? Because ultimately, you really want to win the primary, and how little effort can I put into winning these secondaries? Whereas this one is you're kind of going out of your way to do this because it's not where your objectives are going to be, which is where you really want to be.
No, I agree. Any more thoughts or feelings on that one, Rich?
I'm not really a fan of it.
No.
Similar reasons to Phil. I think there are better, because you can pick 3 secondary objectives, and I think there are better ones. I think if you would I think really like Shadow Raise the Banners High is safer to do it if you wanted to go in that, if you wanted to pick something from this section.
Yeah, I mean it does sort of synergize with Psychic Ritual, which is from Warpcraft, because you're again in the center of the battlefield doing something. So if you're gonna take a bunch of guys in a couple of transports, gonna be like, I'm gonna protect them, I'm gonna be doing stuff in that center of the battlefield. Yeah, it's kind of out the way of the rest of the fight, and therefore I'm scoring 2 of my secondaries, and then the opponent's really got to go out of their way to deal with these.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'm getting 2. So that's like you're doubling down, and that's the sort of synergy that you could do.
But it's risky in the middle, man. That's always the thing.
For
It's
sure.
like
For sure.
there's fewer riskier places to be, because the problem is as well is like it's rare that you can, unless you're gonna take some kind of weird Grey Knight, or even just like
I suppose the one.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Rich.
I was gonna say one potential good thing that is from it is that you would be forcing your opponent to move into the center of the board as well, because if your opponent is because you can't do the action if your opponent's already in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
So if someone drew this against me, I'd be making sure I had models I would have something in the middle of the board already.
Yeah.
Because then I'm just denying. It's an easy thing to. I would say it's a relatively easy thing to block someone achieving, and I think that's why I don't like it. It's very easy to stop someone being able to do it.
I mean, potentially you take it just to bait them out of the way. So I'm going to go for the objectives are on the side. I'm going to put a couple of units in the center and do this, and try and lure them away from the primary. Like, that might be another way of looking at it, where you go, I'm not really going to get this secondary. Might get a couple of points.
Yeah,
but they're going to have to go, depending on the terrain layout as well. Like, if you can easily deny that bubble to your opponent due to, like, some ruins or some terrain that's in the way that makes it more difficult for them to get to, or that allows you to have your guys there out of line of sight, so they're relatively protected, then maybe.
Phil, tell us about deploying scramblers. I think we can all agree that investigating a site is a bit rubbish.
Yeah,
deploy scramblers is better.
I really like it. I think it's a solid choice. Score 10 victory points at the end of the battle if you successfully completed the following action 3 times during the battle: once in your deployment zone, once in your opponent's deployment zone, and once more than 6 inches from either player's deployment zone. So the deploy scramblers action is 1 infantry unit, excluding characters, from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase if it is wholly within your deployment zone, wholly within your opponent's deployment zone, or more than 3 inches from either player's deployment zone. The action is completed at the end of your turn. So it takes 3 turns to do it, because you can only do 1 action per turn, right?
Well, this one specifically stipulates 1 action, yeah?
Yeah. So, turn 1, you might be like, I'll do 1 in my deployment zone. That's easy enough. I might not have line of sight on this unit. And then the rest of the game, that can go off and do other stuff. Turn 2 or turn 3, you might be like, I'm deep striking something down. I'll do something in my opponent's deployment zone.
Well, deep striking or arriving isn't possible because of when actions trigger. So actions are triggered at the end of the movement phase, but then reserves come in at the end of the movement phase. So it's not possible to trigger an action while coming in from reserves.
Oh, really? So that makes it a bit trickier.
Because
although
both sequences are assumed to happen simultaneously, therefore it basically wasn't there. Therefore,
well, normally if it's happens simultaneously, you would get to pick, but it might be.
You can't pick to perform the action if you're not there to do it, right?
Well, it depends. If you, I think you then need to look at the rules and go: is coming in from reserves a specific thing that is part? Because if I remember rightly, now you do your moves, then you come on from reserve, and then you have the end of the movement phase. So you need to clarify that order, I think, because coming in from reserves is a sub phase of the movement phase, right?
Yeah. So reinforcements. Is essentially reinforcement units that start the battle in the location other than the battlefield. Set up your reinforcement units one at a time as described by the rules that let them start the battle in the location other than the battlefield. Reinforcement units cannot make normal move, an advance, fallback, or remain stationary this turn. Reinforcement units always count as having moved this turn. Any reinforcement units not set up on the battlefield by the end of the battle count as being destroyed. Once all reinforcement units have been set up, progress to the psychic phase.
So the reinforcements is part of the movement phase. So therefore, you do your reinforcements before you do the end of the movement phase.
Okay, is that well?
Because it's now.
Yeah, no, I'm reading it as well. I think it's a slight change to the rules because traditionally, like deep strike happens at the end of the movement phase, whereas now that's actually part 2 of the movement phase.
Yeah, no, you're right. So yes, all right. So theoretically, I'll double check the wording in actions. It might be something in the rare rules area. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in a voiceover thing here that clarifies after I've gone away and read it all and spoken to you guys over the course of the next 2 weeks before this thing goes out. And I'll make sure to put in a statement right now that clarifies how we think this works.
Are you waving your arms about?
I am, yeah, for the sake of editing purposes. But don't interrupt the flow. I'm going to now hand over to me saying how this works.
Hi there, it's Joe. Clearly not Dan. I've been brought in as an independent adjudicator to say that you can do actions after you come in from reserves, because you just come in from reserves and then at the end of the turn you then start your action, as a lot of people would do with things like engage on all fronts or deploy scramblers. They would deep strike in and then start the action. Done.
So yeah, overall I think doing those 3 actions over the course of an entire game is relatively easy.
I mean, you'd say that, right, Rich?
Unless you forget, which then it can become quite problematic if you forget. See, I think it's a good one.
It also depends on like your army loadout, right? You need something that you can get into your opponent's deployment zone. Like, because for my Inceptor army or my Mind Tours that have at least 3 squads of Inceptors, I go, this is relatively easy for me. I'm quite mobile. It does mean sacrificing a unit with decent firepower.
You mean interceptors, right?
Sorry, yeah, interceptors.
Yeah.
Sorry,
no, it's just you mean inceptors?
Yeah, interceptors.
Interceptors not a thing.
Oh, is it not?
No.
Oh, yeah, because intercessors, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. Yes,
yeah.
Words.
So the Inceptors, you can have fast movement. So if you did want to be in your deployment zone and jump forwards to the mid-table turn 1, you probably could do that. But realistically, what I've done is I've jumped deep struck down turn 2. I fired off a load of shots. So I've maximised my efficiency in terms of the damage output they can do. Then I've got the durability to sort of survive a turn of incoming fire. And then even if I've got a unit that's only got 1 dude left in, I'll be like, oh great, I'll do my action with that guy. And my other squads, because I've got 3 of them, will be still shooting or doing other stuff. So that's for how I've done it in the past.
I think as long as you remember that you have to do it, it's one of the best ones. As long as you remember you have to do it, I think the only downside is that it's only 10 points.
Yeah,
I think that's the only downside is that you are restricting yourself from getting 5 points by picking.
Yeah, I think that's fair because it seems like a relatively straightforward one to do that you can build for with reasonable ease.
Yeah. Well, you just take some infiltrators, right, or some incursors, and just literally have those going around, or any kind of scouty things Nurglings are really good for this as well because they have that same deployment thing.
Well, I mean, I think, because
although they're not infantry, so I don't know if that actually counts as it because they're swarms, aren't
no,
they?
Yeah, they have to be infantry.
Yeah, so
anything that deep strike. I mean, there's a lot of good synergy with this and the one that's coming up if you are taking Linebreaker as well, because you're going to be in that. If you're already planning to be in your opponent's deployment zone.
Yeah, or table quarters.
Yeah, do other stuff while you're there.
Yeah, so this one does have decent synergy with is that either engage on all fronts or Linebreaker.
Yeah, I like it, mate. I think Deploy Scramblers is a really safe bet for a lot of army list compositions, and it just sort of works. And I think that's the thing. As long as you remember to do it and remember to get your first turn in pretty straightforwardly, and then move on to the next ones, because it triggers, because of when it triggers, it's really quite simple to do. And in a way, it almost feels crazy that this thing rewards you 10 points, whereas stuff that's quite difficult to do, such as cutting off the head of your warlord, at max is only worth 3 more points than this. It's funny because when I was talking to Joe about this, he was adamant that this thing only went off at the end in the command phase, and I was like, no, mate, I'm almost 100% certain it's end of your turn. And obviously that's exactly as it is written here. So unless I'm missing some kind of FAQ that Joe is aware of, this is pretty strong.
He's wrong. We're right, basically. So the thing about that is it's really hard to deny. Like, as long as you've got enough infantry to have one in your deployment zone, one in the midfield, which you should be anyway for the primary, and you need some form of deep striking, outflanking, fast-moving unit that can get into your opponent's deployment zone, and you've got enough of that as your army composition, is really hard to deny, because you go, okay, end of my movement phase, I'm doing this action. You can then... your opponent has no way of stopping that from happening unless they can heroically intervene into that squad, but that is such a niche ability, and you're basically going, I've done that with this unit, end of a turn, I've done it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I like about this one. It's like it's really hard for your opponent to stop you from doing it.
No, I think that's the thing. I think ultimately it's such a safe bet. It's almost bizarre that it's that much of a safe bet, because it's so easy to work it into your army list. I'm a fan of it. I think of all of the shadow operations, it's the one you're going to see the most because it's easily the best.
I mean, a lot of guard armies, for example, take the dagger relic, which allows you to outflank a squad. That's a character plus an infantry squad. So even as a guard army, it doesn't have a lot of mobility. You can easily do that to grab your deploy. Well,
we'll wait and see, Phil, because we don't know what I said yet. So let's not assume one way or the other on that one.
Well, that's true.
All right, cool. Teleport Homer. Why don't you tell me about Teleport Homer, Phil?
So Teleport Homer is score 4 victory points each time a unit from your army successfully completes the following action. So the Teleport Homer action, one infantry unit from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase if it is wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. This action is completed at the end of your next command phase, which is maybe where Joe was thinking about, provided the unit attempting is still wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. So this one, your opponent could deny you because you've got to survive a whole phase or a whole turn. I
mean, it's.
I have a thing that could work for this.
Oh, go on, tell us.
It's pure cheese, but you basically make a wall of drop pods in the corner of the board. Or just in their deployments, so just drop down drop pods, don't open the doors, and then you've gone and made a wall to block line of sight. And you've got some units in the other side of them, and they're doing it. And then your opponent's got to shoot through those drop pods before they can even try and stop you doing whatever you're doing there.
It just seems like a lot of resources, considering you're going to need, 3 drop pods at least to create this wall of yours.
I mean, you could probably do it with 2.
I mean, that's more of a fence than a wall,
It feels like a lot
it?
of investment. I know, and to be honest, I think it's better attempted on one of the later objectives we'll come on to, because there's a bit more reward for it, I think.
Yeah, I cannot get my head around why they feel like that's only worth 4 points when the investigate sites were free, and all you have to do is do that at the end. It's just part of your turn, and it's still potentially a way away from your enemy. Admittedly, you've got to control them from stopping them to go into the middle ground, but to ask a player to enter their enemy's domain, stand in it, do nothing until they're following command phase. I mean, and it's an infantry unit, so it's got to be one heck of a.
Well,
Terminators
is basically coming down to do their teleport homers. Basically,
I think it's how tough. I think you're doing this if you're going to do line breaker as well, because why wouldn't you? But how strong is how much are you committing to messing up your opponent's deployment zone?
But also, can you tell me a unit that is both incredibly durable and happy to stand in front of the enemy doing nothing? Because that's the problem, right? Is like you're asking for you've got to come up with a unit that's insanely durable and also doesn't have any real damage output that you're going to miss.
Well, do you know what? There's a few ways you can do that. Is because it can be a character, can't it? So because it says one infantry unit, so it could be a character. So you basically use other units to screen a character, or you take, for example, an Inquisitor, a super cheap unit of acolytes that cost you like 20 points or whatever, cast a psychic power on sort of acolyte squad so they can't be targeted unless they're the closest enemy unit. But then obviously you still need a screening unit in front of them.
Yeah.
Like, it really requires you to build an army around this gimmick.
It's a lot of aggro for 4 points is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of armies you go, okay, the castles are dead, you're meant to be going to the mid-table, so are we going to actually find by turn 2 and 3 most deployment zones are empty? So is this actually going to be a bit easier to do depending on your army build or your opponent's army build?
It could work if you've got, say, a Terminator Chaplain. Maybe.
Or Terminator anything, I suppose.
Well, I think Terminator. I was just thinking through my head. Terminator Chaplain is, in theory, the one you're most likely to not miss the buffs from, or the aura buffs. So, say you had 2 squads of Terminators and a Terminator Chaplain,
or Terminator Inquisitor.
Yeah, I mean,
because he's nice and cheap, and he's a bit rubbish.
It depends how the litanies work as well, though, right? Because I think like the litany of focus or whatever it was that makes you +1 to hit is actually technically done at the start of the battle round and casted upon a unit. So once they've achieved the litanies, it remains on that unit irrespective of their, distance from the chaplain. So technically, the chaplain would be a reasonable one because in certain instances the buff would have already have gone off, regardless of whether he performs the action or not.
I mean, as much as I've spent some time thinking about how you could cheese it with drop pods, I don't like it because I really like Line Breaker, and I like Line Breaker because it's subtle and you can potentially do it without drawing too much attention.
Yeah.
With the doing of an action, you need to really commit with a lot of strong stuff that you're going to be actively saying, no, I'm bringing the fight to my opponent. I'm going to go right in their deployment zone just to mess them up. And if that's your game plan anyway, then probably go for it. If you've got some like units you can go with at the same time that you don't mind losing some of the output on.
I mean, Gene Stealer Cult might have a good chance at this just because they've got so much stuff that you can overwhelm your opponent's deployment zone with units and bodies, and a lot of those are stuff that you could be like, I can sacrifice my unit of acolytes or neophytes to not be doing anything for a turn.
Yeah,
or do it on custodes, they just sit there, just not dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, GSC and stuff like that, but then it's just, I just don't know. I think ultimately, in the pecking order that is Shadow Operations, deploy Scramblers every time, right? I mean, it's very rare that you're not going to deploy Scramblers.
Yeah, you just need to build a couple of deep striking or outflanking units to get that last last scrambler in, but otherwise,
I don't know.
it seems like
in the fullness of a 5-turn game, it's always plausible that, depending on how your army plays, that you should be able to squeeze something in to perform the action at some point. It's not outside of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, like even Elder, you might not have anything deep striking, but you've got a Wave Serpent that can just bomb it up there.
Well, Wave Serpent won't be able to do it because it's not infantry.
Oh no, sorry. Obviously, well, inside.
Oh, inside. Yeah, yes. I hear what you're saying.
That's
I hear what you're saying.
You've got a decent, fast-moving transport to do it. What I do like about Shadow Operations is they're all really thematic, and obviously this is a GT tournament pack. Who cares about story? But I do like it for that reason, that you can actually have a relatively narrative game built around raising the banners or investigating sites, for example.
Well,
so you can make a cool story about this. And I've seen so many people go, I'm actually going to make banner tokens because I really like this one, and it'll look really cool on the battlefield. So I like that element of it as well.
I think
Joe could make some. He loves making a bannerman.
He loves an ancient, doesn't he? Yeah,
he does. I think, but that's when 40k is at its best, right? Where the game complements the narrative and vice versa, right? That's really where it truly shines. And
this is where Games Workshop has sort of taken the template from the ITC and they've kind of cranked it up and they've refined it and they've made it a lot more 40k and a lot more tied in with the game. I sort of wish there was more of this stuff and more of the different categories had this sort of action elements to it that had a kind of story.
Soon.
Well, if only we had another category coming up which had actions in it, Phil.
I know. Such as Warpcraft. Although the first one doesn't involve any action, so I may as well talk through it quickly. Abhor the Witch, which is you cannot select this secondary objective if your army includes any psychic units at all. Score 5 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy psychic character unit that is destroyed, and 3 victory points for every other enemy psychic unit that is destroyed. That, my friends, is crazy. Because
if you don't have psychers, and they do, you take that, and you also take Assassinate.
Yeah.
They've
got lots of them.
Grey Knights were incredibly popular towards the end of 8th. Thousand Suns were pretty consistent in their appearance as well. Again, going back to kind of list construction, for tournament play, you're going to have to give yourself a pretty good reason why you're putting a Psyker in your army going forwards. Because unless you can come up with a really, really sensible, tangible reason for doing so, including a Psyker in your army is just a massive waste of time, because guaranteed, if you put that Psyker in your army, it's probably not going to be that effective overall. And, well, it will be effective, but not as effective as this will be if you come up against a Grey Knight player, a Thousand Suns player, a Craftworld Elder player. As soon as you see those guys across the table, your average Craftworld Elder army is going to have at least 2 Farseers and 1 or 2 Warlocks. So, at that point, you're maxing this thing out so effortlessly. As long as you don't take
the trick is that you have to you can't have a Psyker though. That's the only trick.
Yeah, which is why I was sort of saying you really need to give yourself a reason why you're putting if you're playing Guard, if you're playing Space Marines, if you're playing Orcs, you got to really justify that psychic slot now, because you are leaving
with you because you then can't take this if you do. Got it.
Yeah. So you're leaving a guaranteed 15 points in certain matchups off the table by adding that Psyker.
Well, it's interesting, because I was, again, with my tank list, was always I'm going to take 2 Astropaths, because then I can get +1 to a save on one of my tanks and -1 to hit on one of my tanks. Yeah. That's kind of a cool combo if you're taking lots of tanks. But now you've said this, I'm like, I'm literally giving away 10 victory points, relatively easy for really
15 victory points,
units. Mate. Well, I've only got 2, so they're 5 each.
Oh, yeah. But in terms of what you could get if you came up against a Grey Knight player or an Elder player or anything.
Yeah, so it's that combo of, if I'm up against Elder players, which is always a bad matchup for me, is like, I'm losing 15, and giving away or losing a potential 15, but also probably giving away 10.
Yeah.
And it's like, is it worth it for those 2 units? Maybe not now.
It does raise a question of the viability of taking Grey Knights, Thousand Suns, Demons, when you are kind of giving away 15 points very easily.
Oh, hugely. And that's the thing, right? It's like, I really think, like, Chaos Space Marines, well, Thousand Suns and Demons have been massively hit by this. Unless, of course, you're going to go Khorne heavy, which is totally reasonable. But certainly some of the implied traditional knowledge around the things that are good in Demons, Demon Princes, Heralds, that kind of stuff. All of this is becoming much less prevalent, really, because, you're just giving up so many points. And it's crazy because I don't understand why IDW didn't even really sort of stop to think how much of a negative impact this has put on, not the most popular armies, but popular armies, right? People love the Thousand Suns. I've seen so many people with gorgeous Thousand Suns armies, and Grey Knights as well. They're real popular lists, and now all of a sudden all you have to do to make your mates' games even more difficult is just go, cool, I'm not going to take any psychers against you anymore because I wasn't going to out-psycher you anyway, and now I'm getting all these victory points.
But the same could be said against a Knight army with Titan Slayer, or Tank army with Bring It Down. So yeah, I think a lot of these, like, if you want to deny max points in a lot of these easy to pick ones, you need a very kind of multicultural, mixed army where you've got a bit of everything. You don't just go, okay, I'm taking tons of one thing, tons of tanks, tons of knights. Yeah. I guess with Grey Knights though and Thousand Suns, it's like that is your army though, unless you're gonna take a ton of allies. Yeah. I guess Thousand Suns can go, I'm taking loads of demons, so therefore I can get around it.
Well, you can immediately see as well, by the way, why Custodes have flown to the top in 9th edition already, because they don't have any psychers. You don't have to take a lot of vehicles with them, really. Like, most people are just taking a Telemon, and a single Telemon is only going to be worth 3 points in secondaries if you Bring It Down. And then they're just taking loads of Terminators, loads of bikes, which aren't giving you anything, because there's no way to maximise against that. And then inherently they have a ability that they get Feel No Pain 6+, or maybe Feel No Pain 5+. I think it's 6+, against mortal wounds caused during the psychic phase. So they've got inbuilt psychic defense, and they're durable as anything. They've got 2-up saves, toughness 5, 3 wounds as standard. It's that thing where
don't forget OBSEC.
Yeah, and yeah, most of it's got OBSEC except for like the vehicles, and that's the thing. It's like immediately you can see within these secondaries why Custodes are so good, because it's really easy to make a list where they have so many advantages against their opponents, but so few people have any real options against them, and that's one of the more interesting things about those guys. And yeah, I think that's the thing. When you've added in mechanics into your secondaries where you're punishing certain archetypes, Imperial Knights, tank-heavy lists, character-heavy lists, psychic-heavy lists, you're punishing people for playing armies that they love to play. And I think that's really crazy, because it's literally like, why have you put in this level of punishment to people who loved Thousand Suns? Now all of a sudden, a Thousand Sun player cannot win a competitive gaming event because the secondary missions are against them, and it doesn't take a particularly optimized list to play to the strengths, especially when you look at like what the Thousand Suns were bringing to the table before, the Demon Princes and Magnus, where it's like, cool, I'll just Bring It Down, Abhor the Witch, and something else, deploy Scramblers, and I'm off to the races, right? It's like it's crazy, but there you go. I mean, it's cool and all. I mean, it's interesting, it's flavoursome, but again, the point distribution within this thing is crazy. It's worth 4 points if I teleport Homer in my enemy's deployment zone. yet it's worth 5 points if I kill a psyker that happens to be a character.
I almost feel like they've done it as if chances are there's going to be 1 or 2 psychic characters in an army. So if you're taking that 5 to 10, 10's going to be the average decent score, maybe. So maybe that's why it's pointed like that. But you're right. If there's a psychic heavy army, you're kind of done for.
Yep. Anyway, there you go. Abhor the Witch. Lovely stuff. Rich, tell us about mental interrogation.
Mental interrogation. Well, let's talk about some of the advantages of what you can do if you do have psychers, which is the rest of these objectives, which is score 3 victory points each time you successfully complete the following psychic action. So you have to be a psyker. Mental interrogation, warp charge 4. 1 psychic character unit from your army attempts to perform this psychic action in your psychic phase if it is within 18 inches of an enemy character model.
It's pretty
close. Which is 18 inches is pretty. I mean, the boards are a bit smaller, so that's not necessarily too far away. But just having one of your, if you say for example you are psychic character heavy, the odds of you being near a character are quite high. And then a psychic test on a 4 is pretty straightforward, and you get 3 victory points for it immediately. So, in that sense, it's kind of good. I suppose it's a good if you've gone all in and taking loads of psychers and you're about to give up 15 points with Abhor the Witch, it could be a good pick. But
I mean,
yeah,
I think the psychic actions are inherently better than regular actions because they don't stop you from doing anything else, do they? It's just another psychic test amongst a bunch of psychic tests.
No,
I suppose it depends on the because you have to use it on a character.
Sorry, Rich. Phil was trying to make a point here. What was that, mate?
You can only, I believe, you can only do 1 psychic action, and when you do that, you can't do any other psychic tests because it's an action, right?
Oh, hello. All right.
I would check this. I believe it basically means even though you can cast.
All right. Let me explain a psychic action. Psychic action: a psychic test. A psychic task a psycho unit can attempt to perform. A unit cannot perform a psychic action if it fell back this turn. Psychers can attempt to perform 1 psychic action instead of attempting to manifest any psychic powers. Jesus. To perform a psychic action, you must pass a psychic test. If a double 1 or double 6 is rolled, the psyker suffers perils of the warp. If opponent has a psyker within 24 of the psyker, they can attempt to deny the witch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you got 2 problems there. You've got one.
Well, it can be denied.
Sacrificing. Okay. You're sacrificing all your psychic powers for that turn, and it goes off on a 4 or whatever, and you roll a 5 or 6, your opponent might have an easy chance of denying it.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky one.
It's rough, though, man.
Pros and cons.
The fact that it disables you from using any other psychic powers.
Yeah, that sort of seems.
I think you need to have. It's like if you have an abundance of psychers. Like if you're just rolling over psychers, you've got so many you don't care. In which case you've given up 15 points to assassinate and abhor the Witch already. Then it could work, but it's. I mean, there could be a scenario where there is because you need to do it. You need to do it 5 times to get all the points. So every turn you need to perform it, which means you need to either be going second or be moving very quickly. Yeah. In order to get off in the first turn. And then more specifically, your opponent has to have enough characters that you can keep doing this every turn, and you're not killing all of those characters either.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall order, right? I mean, that's a lot of variables in the mix, because you're going to have a psycho running away from you or trying to, to kill itself by throwing itself into or whatever, and then you can't... It's just rough, man. I mean, that is, again, how did that end up being worth 3 points? It feels like, again, that seems impossible to get 15 out of it. I just can't see how you're ever going to do it. Especially, I mean, what psyker are you going to take that's going to just try its luck and do that every turn? It's just...
I'll tell you what.
An astropath.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what, an astropath that's actually within 18 inches of an enemy?
Well, maybe.
Because to be within 18 inches of a character means that you're probably within 12 inches of a unit that's going to mess you up.
Well, yeah, but that's why you need your stuff to, use the lookout, sir, or being because it's obviously the name of the show.
Well,
Yeah, the Lookout Center rule, and to try and defend a bit. Yeah, it's a bit rough because normally in Astropath you want hiding around with your tanks or something decent. So yeah, I don't know.
And you need to then, like, say for example, you could be like, oh, I'm gonna give this to my Farseer, and my Farseer gets to re-roll a psychic test, which is super cool because it's inbuilt. But that's 110 points if you take it on foot, and then like 135 points if you take it on a bike. And
the bike one's got the maneuverability to get within the 18 inches quite comfortably.
But the thing is about the Elder Psychers is there is never, ever, ever going to be a time where you want to do something that stops you from doing the psychic powers. You know, it's literally like, what's my choice here? Score 3 victory points, or cast Doom and Guide, or Doom and Fortune, or whatever. It's like you're never going to want to sacrifice the awesome power of those psychic powers in favour of earning 3 victory points. I just can't see it happening.
Yeah, I sort of feel like it should be, you can't cast one of your psychic powers, but you can cast your others.
Yeah.
Or even if you do that and your other ones are then are like a -1 or a -2 to make those ones harder.
I just think it should just be a psychic test. Just make it a psychic test, but then still allow them to do other psychic tests. But whatever. There you go. I mean, again, I'm not.
It's funny because things like we've said before, the Black Templar stratagem, which I think is also called a Pulver Witch. I think that's 1 CP, and on a 4-up, you automatically deny that test.
Yeah.
That's great against this. It's like, oh, you're trying to do this, you might get a great roll, but 50-50 chance you're not doing this every turn.
Well, Black Templars are going to have a great time, aren't they, against these guys if they've got that combined with Abhor the Witch as a thing and as a secondary, and because they can't take any librarians, can they? So they're just going to have a great time smashing up psychers. They'll be in their element. Phil, why don't you tell us about the psychic ritual? Because I think we're all under the impression that mental interrogation is a bit rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, psychic ritual I quite like. It's quite thematic. So, score 15 points at the end of a battle if any unit from your army successfully completed the following psychic action 3 times during the battle. So, it's got to be one unit that does that action 3 times. So, psychic ritual is an action. Psychic action, warp charge, value of 3. One psychic character from your army can attempt to perform this psychic action in your psychic phase if it is within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield. So it's sort of like high risk, high reward. You got to get one unit doing this for your game. You've got to invest everything into them to do it. It's a tough one, but a flat 15 points is kind of cool if you can do it.
I mean, obviously, you're risking perils every single time you roll. You're risking denials every single time you roll.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to stick something in the middle of the board and keep it alive.
Yeah, but remember, the middle of the boards is when not a lot of things will be in a lot of missions because nothing's there.
I mean, the reward is perfect, right? Like the 15 points, bang on, right? Like, well done. That is a just reward for achieving this. But again, I have to sort of think to myself, what would I be taking that I'd want to be doing this every turn rather than doing anything else? And what level of durability? Well, again, Astropath, yeah, but like the thing is, a unit of eliminators is not going to have a hard time killing that Astropath, is it? Like,
psychic characters are notoriously not wearing inbuns.
Yeah. I mean, unless they're elder, they do have some nice inbuns. I think the Shadow Seers from Harlequins could be a good option for this potentially. I think.
I think the trick is because whoever you use to do it is not doing anything else that might be better for their points.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the whole game, basically.
The interesting thing, though, is, and the thing about psychic actions, just to say, and why I think the Shadow Seer could be a good shout for this, is when you're doing a psychic action, you don't lose your aura abilities.
Are you sure? because doing any actions, you lose your ability, right?
No, because they're two separate sub-categories. So there's an action, there's a performing an action, and there's performing a psychic action. So
is that not a subcategory of action, though?
No, they're two separate entities. So doing an action is specifically like raising a banner or whatever. Performing a psychic action is separate from that. So the same stipulations are not applied. So, and that's why I feel like the Shadow Seer could be pretty reasonable at it, because you don't lose your auras as a result of doing this stuff, and the Shadow Seer's got -1 to be hit and all the other stuff that's quite handy on the old Shadow Seer. So there could be an argument that Harlequins could have a go at this and possibly be successful at it, but again, you're asking a Harlequin player, which, okay, fair enough, they got, invuns coming out of their eyeballs. You're still asking what is still not the best army in the world for getting shot to pieces by bolt guns, especially with the changes that are coming to Space Marines apparently very soon. So yeah, I don't know. I like it more than I like mental interrogation, but I'm still not in love with this, because you are asking you're giving a lot for not necessarily. It's very high risk. Very, very high risk. I suppose if you're on a table where there's a big bit of terrain in the middle, maybe it makes sense. I don't know.
What I'm debating in my head, is it better to do on a mission where there is a primary objective in the middle or not? Because it makes sense that if you're going to be doing this, you've got a psyker and this massive bodyguard of multiple units to keep it alive. Is it better that you're fighting over an objective in the middle of the board that you need to capture anyway, but your opponent's also going to be trying to get off you, or if you're in the open and the opponent's less likely to be trying to actually get you off that objective because you're not on one? My gut tells me it's when the objective is in the middle. It's like, do two birds at one stone. You're sitting in the middle of the board, because and everyone that's taking the bullets for that psyker is also contributing to you capping that central objective as well.
Yeah, but I guess what's interesting with that psychic action, as you say, they're two separate things. That means that psychic can also still shoot and charge into combat that turn. So if you've got like a beastly guy.
Yeah, I suppose if you've got a Grandmaster in Nemesis Dread Knight, in a Nemesis Dread Knight, then yeah, sure, like that's probably still pretty tasty. But yeah, I mean there are definitely Grey Knights could do all right with that psychic ritual. It's just that thing of they're let down so much of it that you're still weighing up a big negative against a big positive, which is like they're doing no other psychic powers, which is important because all the best psychers want to be doing more than doing a psychic ritual, right? It's an interesting one. I'm confused by that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but I don't necessarily feel like it's worth the risk.
It's sort of like, it's a fun challenge. It'd be fun to do it in a game, not necessarily a tournament, but it's a good narrative hook for any game that you might be playing with your mates. And it's a good like personal challenge. Like if you think you're going to lose this game anyway, be like, I'm just going to do this. This is the one thing I'm going to care about for my game, for my army. Just go for it and have fun.
There you go. That's your desperate plea for trying to sort of justify its existence. If you know you're going to lose anyway, you may as well lose twice as badly.
As well, losing style.
Yeah, exactly. I just think again, it's that thing where it's like, God, did it need to be within 6 inches of the center of the board? Could it not have been like, could it not have been like 6 inches outside of either player's deployment zone or something? So like the opportunity could have been. Like you need to be sort of out in no man's land, but equally you can kind of build some kind of strategy around it. Getting things around the middle, it all just feels a bit sort of weird. I suppose again.
Well, this is the thing. You take that and investigate sites. So you are doubling down on. I'm just going to do stuff in the middle where my opponent doesn't want to be, because that's not where the objectives are for a lot of the games. Or as Richard said, double down because there is an objective in the middle. I'm going to pile everything into there. Don't care about anything else.
Yeah,
I think the thing that's not great about psychic actions is that they're so much worse than regular actions, because you might not do it.
Yeah,
Like, is it you have to not roll a double one? It happens, and then it can still be denied, and you can only do it. You only get to do it once. If you could attempt each of these rituals like multiple times with multiple characters, then it might be more viable. I think that's the thing that lets them down, is that you can't spam the abilities of these psychic powers. But in theory, if you had the ability to do that, then you're open to getting done by a Abhor the Witch anyway.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think the thing is the risk is too high with Abhor the Witch in existence. I think that's the thing. It's like, when you start to look at this as a sensible army list construction process, and this is one of the things that does sort of initially irk me about the game system, is the fact that, you know, I've been really struggling early doors with 9th edition to try and come up with a Craftworld Elder army list that I think can go the distance, because of Abhor the Witch, I'm just like, oh god, this is always going to be a struggle for me at this moment in time. Obviously, rules will change very soon, hopefully, and they'll get better, but it's an interesting time. Rich, why don't you take us home by talking about Pierce the Veil?
Let me talk about Pierce the Veil, which I think is probably the most interesting one to try and do. Which is score 8 victory points at the end of the battle if one or more units from your army successfully completed the following psychic action 2 or more times, or 15 points if they did it 4 times. Slight differentiation from psychic ritual: it can be any unit, not the same unit. And it is Pierce the Veil, warp charge 4. One psychic character unit from your army can attempt to perform this action while during the psychic phase if it is within 6 inches of your opponent's battlefield edge and more than 6 inches from any enemy models. I think that one's quite fun.
I mean,
to try and do. It's very board dependent. And the reason I say that is because there are some boards, specifically the boards, deployments, where it's possible to be on your opponent's battlefield edge and not within their deployment zone. There's quite a few, especially the ones that weird circle no man's land in the middle. Those are great for this mission, because then you can be nowhere near your opponent, nowhere near their deployment zone where their artillery is. Just out minding your own business, just near quote the battlefield edge, to achieve it. And I think that could be good with either like deep striking psychers, doubling up with if you're doing line breaker, and I think because it's battlefield edge rather than deployment zone, it gives you a bit more flexibility in how you can do it.
Engage on all frontwards combo as well.
Yeah, and it's pretty fun. And again, if you're going to get a couple of drop pods in there to prevent being shot at, as well. I think, can a drop pod do that? No, it can't. Never mind. But it can block line of sight though. But I think there's some more options there. I think if you're playing with psychers and you wanted to try and achieve one of these, that's the one you'd go for. I know I'd be looking to try it out once I eventually get that Terminator librarian that I paid for.
Yeah, it's definitely got it's like a safer bet, right? Because if you pull it off twice, you get 8 victory points like in the bank. You've got that saved. You can still go for the full 15 if you want. Whereas Psychic Ritual is like all or nothing. And it's probably ultimately harder to do because of it. Because that one, it's got to be the same unit 3 times. This can be different units.
Yeah, I think it's more, and it depends on the mission, on the deployment zone as well. If it's like traditional Hammer and Anvil or Dawn of War, it's going to be trickier to do it because you'll just be right up in your opponent's face in their deployment zone. But I think it's a fun one. I genuinely, I'm looking at that one as one that could be possible to do.
I think of all of the Warcraft ones, it's the one that you're probably going to bet on the most often. I think Mental Interrogation is terrible. I think Psychic Ritual is mostly awful, and Pierce the Veil is at least halfway viable. But none of this makes me feel like it's worth bothering with Psychers early doors in 9th edition because their secondaries just aren't very good, especially versus the fact that so many players out there are just not going to put Psychers in their army just in case you have. So yeah, I don't know. Psychers feel in competitive play anyway, and in those missions that we've outlined there, or those secondaries, they just feel like they're just not worth taking at the moment. But There you go. Or if you are, you take one, and I guess that at least kind of creates a situation where your opponent's not necessarily going to take a Bore the Witch against you. But then equally, as I was saying before, the point is you've locked out the ability for you to take it yourself.
Yeah,
And
I think some armies you're going to be like, I need lots of psychic. My army revolves around it, and my opponent is going to take the Bore of a Witch, and I'm just going to. And same with the all knights list, all tanks list. Sometimes you're going to have to just know you're going to throw away a secondary.
Yeah, but I think that's one of my inherent frustrations with this situation when you look at how you optimize it, is the fact that it is a system that is so rewarding to very specific types of builds. And, GW themselves have said on multiple occasions, oh, it's all about, letting people take the armies they want to take. Where it's like, yeah, cool, I can take the army I want to take, but you are punishing me if that happens to be a Grey Knight army, or a Thousand Sun army, or an Imperial Knight army, or a armoured company. It's like, oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that was always my problem with the ITC stuff, is that you could build around it to deny your opponents, like, getting their points. And with this one, you can sort of do it. Like, there's, a Bore of a Witch. There's all these different sort of easy pick ones. And you can actually go, okay, I'm going to have less than 3 Psychers. I'm going to have less than 4 tanks. I'm going to have, I'm not going to have 100 models on my board. I'm going to have a really kind of generic-y bit of everything army. And that way, I deny you taking all these really obvious, easy-to-pick secondaries.
Mm.
And that's a bit of a shame that it kind of boils down to that kind of list building.
I mean, obviously, when we talk about this stuff, we're viewing it, or at least I'm viewing it through that prism where I'm talking about it as a competitive meta and what these secondaries ultimately introduce in terms of issues and considerations that you need to overcome when building your lists. And I suppose that's the thing. It's like, when optimizing and looking at things, that this creates an obvious route to market, shall we say, in terms of how you're going to approach the list building process. But at the same time, yeah, it's sort of annoying because I know that GW were so keen to try and avoid those things. But again, it just sort of seems that, they move one stipulation and then introduce others that then have similar effects. And it's funny in a way because it sort of feels like an unfortunate never-ending kind of loop when it comes to 40k, that there's always going to be heavily optimized ways to approach this game, no matter what they do to try and fix it.
I think there isn't a way around it, basically. Even with these, like, you could make more about actions and stuff, but ultimately there's ways where you go, okay, certain army builds will always perform better doing certain ones. I guess the potential downside with this is certain factions might just have a better advantage at these secondaries until faction-specific ones come out which make their army easier to do stuff. So, a Tau army, for example, might go, oh god, like, I can't do the psychic ones because I've got no psychers. Yeah, I could get a Bore of the Witch, but only against opponents that have got psychers, and 4 out of 5 times that might not happen at an event, for example. And then you go, oh, maybe I'm not mobile enough to do X, Y, Z, so I'm never going to get into the opponent's deployment zone. Although you can, because they've got loads of deep striking stuff. But certain factions might be weaker at these generic secondaries than other factions. But I think they've done a reasonably good job of trying to balance it.
Yeah.
And it links down to what secondaries you choose, because ultimately you got to build your army with these secondaries in mind. And also with the primaries, it's like if you have an army that isn't very mobile in any way, it's like you're done. You're not going to win. That you're just not. As the concept of having a Tau list that just sits at the back of the board on 2 objectives is going to lose. It's not going to win. You have to be moving and taking objectives. So you have to build your list with that in mind. So finding the right units that are going to work for you. Whether it's allies, whether it's going in some units you might not normally take that fulfill. I mean, I bought 2 packets of readers. Never thought I'd do that, because I really want to try and do that line breaker without having to use allied detachments to have better low-cost infantry that could do it. And I think it's good because you. I mean, one thing I kind of bear in mind is it took Games Workshop years to get 8th edition to a good point in their missions. So this is a pretty good first attempt for Games Workshop, to be fair. I'm looking forward to what comes next, and like you say, with the faction-specific stuff, or whatever, however else they kind of change it up.
Totally. Well, there we go, guys. That was us talking about all the secondaries and offering our opinions. One of the things that sort of stuck in my head as we were talking through them there, and maybe our listeners noticed as well, we definitely did a lot of conversations about how this stuff works with marine armies quite heavily. But I think, ultimately, I think that's indicative of the situation that is created by the current marine-driven meta that we're still kind of dealing with, which is because they're so good at everything at the moment and have so many flexible options, it's difficult not to look at them as the most consistent and viable option for most of the situations that are being, put in front of us. Marines just seem to have it all at the moment, where other armies are obviously, struggling. The Marines definitely, they've got it going on when it comes to this sort of stuff, and I think that is quite weird because I don't think we instinctively set out to talk about it that way, but I think it's quite an interesting observation in terms of the fact that, it just seems like Marines is good.
I think it's also.
I think we all have
we all
have Marines and they're good.
Yeah.
Try that again, someone.
Yeah, it's like when you talk about how good something is. Go, Phil.
Well, we basically all got marine armies as well, so I think that's sort of indicative of why we looked at it through that lens. The only games I played tonight so far, I've been testing it out with my Minotaurs. Obviously, I'm now kind of going back to my Krieg, so I'm sort of looking at it through that lens as well. But yeah, like Richard, you've done some games with your Space Marines as well, haven't you?
Yeah, mostly because I've already got them painted already. I'm moving on to my Sisters of Battle now to get them ready to actually play with. I don't want to lose my 10 points against Dan because he's a stickler for that painted up stuff.
Oh yeah, mate. Oh yeah, I'm all over it. Yeah.
No. But I think, Marines is a good shorthand for us because we all have context for it. It's like when you talk about how good anything is at killing something, you always refer to a knight. Yeah. How good something is at killing a knight. But yeah, the different armies will approach things differently, and how they want to achieve all these secondaries. So it'd be good to get from the commenters and the 5-star reviews what are the listeners doing and thinking about for their armies.
That is true. We should actually throw that out to the group. Let us know if you've got any particular strategies or plans or theories that you feel are particularly strong. Because it's always good to hear. But anyway, guys. Sorry, Rich.
So I was going to say, or where we were completely wrong in the secondaries.
Well, that is also entirely possible.
Missed the obvious trick that.
Yeah, tell us the thing that was obviously obvious that we didn't really figure out. But there we go. All right, guys. Well, look, that was us talking about secondaries. We hope you enjoyed it, and we're going to move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Thank you very much. Woo! Alright guys, in this part of the podcast, Joe's joining us to talk about Space Marines getting 2 wounds and or the implication of that update. But also Phil's here, aren't you, Phil?
Of course I am.
Of course you are. And Joe is too. Say hello, Joe.
Hello, I'm eating an ice cream.
Ooh!
I know.
Fancy. What type of ice cream?
Well, I say ice cream, it's like a weird rainbow ice lolly thing.
Oh, I see. Like a fruit pastel lolly.
Kind of. It's like a generic Morrison's own brand type thingy.
Oh, very exciting. Isn't everyone happy that Joe's here, eh? I know Phil is.
I know. You introduce him, he speaks, and we've immediately gone off on a ramble.
Well, exactly. Well, this is kind of a rambly thing because we don't really know enough to necessarily offer an in-depth opinion about this situation. This is more speculation and communication and conversation because you never know where these sorts of things can go. But, if you haven't heard about it already, everybody, and I know you probably have, Space Marines got a bunch of updates, or rather are due to get a bunch of updates in their soon-to-be-released codex. And the most notable of those things is that the humble tactical marine and or every other variable of Firstborn Space Marine is going to potentially increase by 1 wound. We know that Tactical Squad has gone up to 2 wounds a man, and we assume that their characters are also going to increase by 1 wound. And we know obviously that Terminators as well have gone up to 3 wounds. And this has ultimately created a bunch of different amusing conversations and or anecdotes about the future of the game and what that represents. So rather than necessarily focusing on Space Marines specifically, I suppose let's kick it off by talking about what we think this represents for the future of 40k and how confused we're all going to become when everything that we've kind of taken for granted based off of years of gameplay massively alters. So, Joe, you're our resident try-hard gamer these days. Tell us about your thoughts and feelings on what's coming round the corner for 40k.
Well, I think on the Space Marine front, I kind of think it makes sense because a Space Marine in power armor shouldn't have the same amount of wounds as an Imperial Guardsman or a Sister of Battle because he's way more bigger and better and more resilient.
Oh, you're saying it shouldn't? I felt like you said it should have the same.
He shouldn't have the same amount of wounds as Guardsman. He shouldn't at all. I think it's quite good because it kind of makes like a cool creeping scale. So Scouts have 1, Marines have 2, Terminators have 3, and then you have the Centurions on 4.
Surely a Scout should have more wounds than an Imperial Guardsman. Are we assuming
well, he doesn't have power armor.
Huh?
I reckon he doesn't have power armor, so I reckon he'll have... The Scouts only have the 1 wound.
But what about the Primaris Marines, Joe? They're bigger, stronger, and better. But now they're not. What's that about?
But they've got more attacks in general, and they've got a better gun, at least. So there's that.
I mean, I suppose that's based on the assumption that they're going to stay the same. It seems like they're going to stay the same, doesn't it?
I don't think they'd give them 3 wounds because that would be ludicrous. Because then Aggressor would potentially go to 4, and then that's just madness.
A little bit of sick came up.
Yeah, I don't think they will. Like, I think in terms of the game, I think what you'll see is like Space Marines will become the baseline by which everything else is judged, and then the Eldar, for instance, they'll stay with their 1 wound, but to kind of go with their glass hammer aspect, but their fire output should just go bananas, I reckon.
You took my point, Joe, you scoundrel. But yes, you are
I know.
right. You are right. No, I think it's an interesting point to get into, I suppose, and one of the things that is interesting is that actually by them reevaluating stat lines, because I think one of the things, and I've said it a couple of times about the transition from 7th edition to 8th edition, has been the fact that so much between 7th and 8th edition had remained the same in terms of stats and weapon profiles and things like that. Like, if you had picked up 7th edition or played 7th edition for a long time and then moved over to 8th edition, you just kind of had to relearn how many attacks something had, how many wounds something had, because wounds were definitely on the increase. But also, bar that, like, weapons stayed broadly the same. But yeah, by changing stat lines and increasing wounds and durability, you are potentially within the gameplay system creating opportunities for archetypes to be formed. So, as Joe has said there, Elder could go back to being glass cannons because they could have 1 wound, but they could have super damaging weapons, which would be an interesting twist to things. Although, by all accounts, it still means the guard most likely will still be a bit rubbish, right, Phil?
Possibly, but then all weapons are getting changed ever so slightly. So they announced that heavy bolters are going to 2 damage and that they'll be getting rolled out to all the Imperium armies. So lots of Lehman Russes are probably going to have heavy bolters sponsons on them, for example.
I reckon the battle cannon's going to go to flat damage 3.
Ooh.
I reckon there'd be a lot of... Well, I think there's a few things that they've sort of previewed already, and that's a lot of the variable weapon profiles, like damage that's like D6, is going to go to a more sort of flat or minimum value. So, for example, the multi-melter is now D6 plus 2, which basically means it's
if you're in half range.
Yes, yeah. So they're trying to make weapons more interesting and more varied and more of a reason to take them.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. So I think even though Space Marines are going up to 2 wounds, I think a lot of weapons will now go up to 2 damage to sort of compensate. So it's not as bad. I think the other big thing that we haven't mentioned so far is also Chaos Space Marines are going to 2 wounds, which I think is a really big boon for them because they really need something like that.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant that Chaos Marines are going up to 2 wounds because then, like, the Legionnaire kind of class Marines are actually really scary now. Like Death Guard, Plague Marines, and Thousand Sun Rubric Marines actually going to live up to their resilient name.
I mean, what if they give some extra attacks and obviously extra wounds to Khorne Berserkers as well is a scary prospect, right?
A Khorne Berserker with 2 wounds, and because they get 2 attacks base plus 1 if you give them a chainsword, and then plus 1 for charges. That's 4 attacks. It's pretty scary.
And then if they actually are a World Eater, they get 5 attacks on a charge.
And then if because there's actually an argument to be made now to just give them the chainswords because they're minus 1 AP.
Yeah. Well, assuming they benefit from Astartes chainswords.
Yeah, they will get Astartes chainswords. I think GW have already said that. So yeah, they're going to be really scary now. And
then, obviously, when we say they get 5 attacks, they actually get 10 attacks, which is utterly mad.
And then you can pay 3 CP and attack again, so they get like 15 attacks.
God. So a unit of 10 of those will be doing a glorious 150 attacks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we could see a popular rise in them.
I mean, absolutely, man. Like, I think that's the thing, though, right? Like, immediately people are talking about things like the Death Guard obviously being utterly ridiculous now because, you know, if their Terminators are going up to 3 wounds, toughness 5 with a 5-up disgusting resilient roll.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough, right? I mean, that's going to be very hard to chew through at any time.
Yeah, and then like things like Thousand Suns, basically 2-up save, 2 wound Marines. Like that's going to be horrendous. Like, and the Death Guard are basically going to be the new Iron Hands, essentially. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of interesting synergies and a lot of interesting things. I think the thing that's probably interesting to imagine is how they're going to roll this stuff out, because I think I'm not necessarily worried about the points, right? Because I'm going to assume that with this increase in wounds, they're potentially obviously going to increase point costs to balance it against chapter approved.
They said in the community post that it's going to be like almost like an extra 20% increase in points.
Which, totally fair, totally reasonable in terms of balancing it with it against chapter approved stuff. I think the issue and the potential interesting thing is going to be that if there are these design principles around increasing damage or increasing durability for other armies, I think that's going to be the more interesting impact on the meta for a while, is not necessarily how these guys stack up points-wise, but more how these guys stack up rules-wise against other armies. Because if it was that, for example, the Craftworld Eldari were going to be made to be more damaging to counteract some of these mechanics, we're not potentially going to see that for a while. So how is that going to be translated in game, and is that then going to lead to Space Marines being the kings of the hill for even longer, which is
it makes sense for them to be kings of the hill for a little bit longer because people love Space Marines, and
except for those who don't.
But there's a lot more people who like Space Marines than there are people who don't like Space Marines. And the people who like Space Marines will spend a lot more money.
I mean, if GW's share price tells us anything,
they've posted more and more sales again, and they said that after like the lift on COVID and everyone could go back to the shops. It was like the biggest month on record for them. So they're not doing bad. And let's be honest, those new Primaris Marines that came in the Indomitors box are very, very sexy.
And I suppose therein lies another question: is do you feel like this is a bit of a weird business decision for them in terms of we're not seeing the kind of return on investment we would hope to achieve for Tactical Marines, Vanguard Marines, Chaos Space Marines, obviously, as well? I mean, I imagine, and again, this is obviously me speculating, but I imagine there was a time where the two best-selling lines in all of Warhammer 40,000 would have been Space Marines and Chaos Space Marines, right? Like, there must have been a time where the Chaos Space Marine was enjoying similar, if not potentially at one point, maybe even greater sales success. I don't think that probably ever happened, but I'm assuming in the history of GW, Chaos Space Marines would have done well. When they released
the new Chaos stuff, when they released new Abaddon and stuff, I imagine they had a bit of a peak for a while. And then people remembered that they've only got one wound and they're a little bit poo.
Well, even at the start of 8th edition, there was a lot of Chaos Marine players, partly because of Death Guard, but I think also because it was new edition, people were dusting off some of the long-forgotten armies that they enjoy playing, but don't play because they're not very good. So I think we saw them initially at the start of 8th edition.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's like with Chaos Space Marines, there's so many reasons to want to collect them as an army, because they are much cooler than regular Space Marines, at least from an appearance perspective, right? That Chaos kit for standard Chaos Space Marines is absolutely gorgeous. Like, when you see new Chaos Space Marines, and it's rare that you see them, but when you do, you're like, wow, those are some really cool looking miniatures.
I absolutely adore Chaos. They're like, I know I have a big soft spot for Drakari, but Chaos Space Marines is probably my favourite faction.
I mean,
by a long way, but I keep going back to them all the time.
I mean, if I was asked to give my opinion on what I felt like your favourite armies were, I feel like oddly, and this sounds really weird and sort of as a loaded statement, I feel like your love of Drakari is a very real and very tangible thing, but I don't feel like it's as strong as Chaos Space Marines. I feel like your problem is that you've always wanted and loved playing you've always wanted to be and loved being a Chaos Space Marine player, but the game just let you down. and you've been forced away from them.
Iron Warriors are my favourite every single time. The Games Workshop for a very long time have gone, no, you won't. They're bad. Stop it. And then they give you really good Iron Warriors rules, and they give the rules for Obliterators in Iron Warriors as an army now are incredible. So you I want to run 9 of them, but the problem is there's only 2 models for Obliterators. And it's just that's just not very good.
Yeah.
Because you've got 5 of one and 4 of the other, and they just look a bit naff on the table.
But Iron Warriors are so cool, man. As a faction, they're just absolutely awesome.
I really want to run, as sad as it's, I really want to run an Iron Warriors army, but I want a massive 20-man unit of Rubric Marines in it.
Oh, mate. Absolutely on point. I completely support that statement.
Because they'd look cool in the colour scheme. They'd look amazing in silver with the bronzy gold trim and the oxidization. But then the fact that unit puts out 40 shots that ignore cover at -2, -3 on their bolt guns is horrific.
Yeah, it's crazy cool. But
and then
sorry, Joe.
And then they get bonuses to shooting vehicles. So even better.
I just think that's the thing with the with the Chaos Space Marines, though. Is I like you, Joe. I've also always had a bit of a soft spot for the Chaos Space Marines. I collected a Chaos Space Marine army early doors when I got into 40k, and they've always been they were always my kind of first choice for a Space Marine army. Whenever I was dabbling with the idea of collecting Space Marines, it was always Chaos Space Marines until you just became sort of, suckered into the wondrous world of Space Marines just because their range got so much more support and just, basically it was, the thing that changed Space Marines for me was, or settled the argument of Chaos Space Marines versus Space Marines was when they released the drop pod. Like, as soon as the drop pod came into play in 5th edition, Chaos Space Marines didn't have a dog in the fight anymore, It was always like, oh, Chaos Space Marines are cool, but why don't they have drop pods? Was always the conversation, wasn't it?
They have access to the termite drill now.
Yes, they have access to Forge World nonsense that back in the
you
day
could
I was
only
not
make them
interested.
better by forge welding them.
Yeah. But that's the thing now, man. Like, Chaos Space Marines have got some awesome stuff, and the idea that Chaos Space Marines now are going to get the benefit of that extra wound is very exciting.
Because I keep writing Black Legion lists at the moment. Because
you don't want to do Black Legion, Joe. You've tried Black... This is the thing. Of all the times you've done Chaos Space Marines, you've tried Alpha Legion, you've tried Black Legion, you've tried Thousand Suns, and you always come back to the Silver Boys. You know it.
I know. But the problem is, I was listening to the new the Talon of Horus book, the Aaron Dembski Bowden book, and then I was looking at the Abaddon model, and then I was like, I really wanted to... And then I started looking at their rules, because they've got rules in Vigilus Ablaze that they can still use, because they're not detachments.
Have they specifically said that they could... Oh, yeah, they can't use the detachments, though, can they?
No, but Black Legion have loads of faction or specific stratagems, warlord traits, relics, and abilities and stuff they can use. There's no detachments in there. I was like, I could probably make these work. I don't know how, but I'll figure it out. And the list always ends up consisting of 60 space marines and 30 Terminators, Abaddon, a sorcerer, and Dark Apostle. And then
sounds all right to me, mate. You
And
need
I'm
to
like-
get some. You need to get some Rubik Marines in that army list, though, if you're inspired by the Talon of Horus.
I know I need to find a way of doing it because, but the annoying thing is that in one of the detachments in the Vigilus Ablaze, it gives every unit in all infantry units in your army OBSEC, and I don't know why they didn't find a way of just giving that to the army overall.
Yeah.
Because then those Terminators can just drop in and wreck everything.
And that Chaos Space Marine Saucer miniature that they released a few months ago, or potentially now even a year ago, you could definitely see that guy, fulfilling the role of character man from.
Yeah, although I'd probably end up using the Forge World Cataphracti Terminator one.
Oh yeah,
because at least that way he can deep strike in with the rest of them.
That is true. And he does have that weird flaming hand thing going on, doesn't he?
Where it's like, it looks like his hand's on fire and he's screaming at it. Because you would when your hand was on fire.
Well, exactly. I wouldn't be thrilled. Although there was that really beautiful paint job they did on that ogre miniature back in the day who was spitting on his fiery hand.
Belly.
Yes. Yeah. He didn't seem too bothered about the fact he was, all ablaze. But yeah, I mean, getting back to the point at hand, though, in terms of, the changes and what it represents, I think the kind of, the guy that's interested in game design and the kind of gameplay principles that the guys at GW are trying to instill in 9th edition is really intrigued by this, because I think it's very exciting to me, and it feels like, again, something that really actually should have probably have happened in in the beginnings of 8th edition. But the problem is that obviously GW have been feeling this out and trying to work out how to work within the confines of their new system, how to create points of difference, and how to try and really kind of make things unique, and trying to build core mechanics into the game that forge the points of difference. And I think, ultimately, it's inevitably understandable that they weren't able to try and make these kind of drastic decisions early doors, because they were never necessarily going to do it correctly. But it is really interesting, man, because, all of a sudden it feels like with 9th edition, in a couple of years' time, I think 9th edition truly is going to become a really great version of Warhammer 40,000, because they're making changes that are reflective of the rule set, and they are using their mechanics to enable the game to be more interesting. And that was always the problem I had with 8th. When I complained about certain mechanical decisions they made, I felt like they weren't accommodating or factoring their gameplay's core design into some of their decision making, at least not early doors. And I think this is a really positive change that represents something really exciting for the game. I just think it's going to be very painful for the next few months as we start to see the slow trickle of books coming through. It's almost like, for a little while, the game is going to be mostly about Necrons and Space Marines until new books come out, and I feel like that's going to be it for a while.
With all these leaks coming out, they're all from like the instruction manuals.
Yeah.
So, are the instruction manuals going to get released with the new stuff before the new codexes? And then do those instruction manuals supersede the codexes? Obviously,
well, the rebranded boxes are sort of in process of coming out at the moment, I think. So we'll probably see them way before the codexes come out, but they're not like an official publication in terms of, if you go into an event, what do you use? You use your codex, and that will always be the main thing.
GW could easily release a quick fix kind of FAQ with all these new profiles on them.
Yeah, but then they wouldn't be able to sell you the book, Joe.
Well, they would, because they can sell you the book, because the book would then have all the proper rules for the units and stuff in it.
It's true. It's true.
I think the kind of, for the casual gamer, if you don't really care about the codexes, you've got your model and you've got your instruction booklet, which has rules in it, and you can use that if you want. I imagine most people will. That's great for when the codex comes out, or just as a handy reference. But no one's gonna really game with an instruction manual. I mean, I've done it with Eisenhorn, because that for a while was the only place where the rules were. But beyond that, I mean, yeah. I mean, in a way, you could argue that is precedence, that, because that was the only match where you could actually give the rules for Eisenhorn.
I would assume that they will not be seeking to re-release these box sets until they are in close proximity to codex launches, though, right? I feel like it's going to be a piecemeal process of kind of doing like a whole re-release piece where it's like, cool, the Elder are coming out next, and like Drakari are next. Let's take all the old Drakari stuff off the shelf. Let's repackage it, and then let's put it back out there again with the new manuals and do it as a whole launch piece. So I can't imagine you're going to find yourself in a situation where Tau or someone like that are going to have stuff coming out drastically before their codex is due to hit. I would hope. Although obviously there was a load of people getting excited about Tyranid leaks a little while ago as well, weren't they? Where all of a sudden they started to see things about flying Carnifexes.
That was a fake.
Yes, of course. I was about to say it was definitely a fake, because there is no way that Carnifex kit is getting updated in a while. No. And that was me stealing a Joe point, by the way. So, credit to Joe for making that point, because he was pretty much on the
Yeah, because the Carnifex kit won't get updated, because the Carnifex set is already incredible for what you get. It's held its age so well that it's probably got another 10 years in it, I reckon.
It's a Jez Goodwin classic, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was when he kind of came along and sort of went, I see someone else has tried to make Tyranid miniatures. Step aside.
Yeah, step aside. And then what he does is he finishes it, walks out the room, and on the way out, he's like, I expect my check in the post.
I love the idea of him being that kind of way, as if he's so sort of nonchalant about his job. Just comes in, smoking indoors, I imagine. Because, I mean, crikey, you only need to listen to his voice. I can't imagine he ever puts down a cigarette, but...
Yeah, he's like, whenever you walk into a room, he's already sat in like a leather-bound chair with like a massive glass full of whiskey and a cigarette. All you see in a dark room is this like glowing cigarette butt.
What do you reckon Jez is like to work for? Do you reckon he's really frustratingly awesome as well?
Yeah, he's one of those bosses that I reckon he'll come in, have a laugh and a joke, and you'll be working with him, and they'll be like, no, do it like this. And then afterwards, you've got this like masterpiece. And then he's like, to the pub!
He's just going to be like the best sort of person you could ever hope to be around, isn't he? It's just going to be like one of those things that just really irritates you in a way. It's like, this is just ridiculous. Although maybe, who knows, right? Or he could just be a madman.
Like the head of GW walks in and is like, Jez, come on now. And Jez is like, I don't want to. He's like, you're going to make me draw Space Marines again. I hate Space Marines.
Oh, right, like a petulant child.
Yeah.
Like you go into his office and he's just sat with his feet up playing FIFA. Going, oh, go away, mate. Playing FIFA.
Yeah. He's like, I've given you 40 years worth of Space Marine drawings. Go away. I want to draw Hrud or something mental like that.
Exactly. Come on now. Why does no one take my Zote Codex seriously? Phil, you can be the dividing opinion on this. Or not the dividing, but the definitive opinion on this. What do you reckon Jez is like as a boss?
Oof. I'm sure he's a great person.
Treading the line.
You're so middle of the road.
But you know, who knows? Who knows?
That's the interesting thing, isn't it? Who knows? Who knows? You see their little, their PR machine telling you what a wonderful place it is to work, but then you never know, right? Behind the scenes, Jez could just be going around inappropriately kissing people.
Yeah.
Or flogging everyone with a whip to make them work faster.
Indeed. Or
He's like, we've got another 6 months of Space Marines to crack out.
Exactly.
And by 6 months, I mean 6 years. He's like, come on.
I like to imagine that you're like beavering away at your desk and he kind of walks up to you and looks at what you've been doing and is like, ha! I could do better.
I like the idea of like the story of the black ships and the Emperor being based on a Jez Goodwin stipulation that he gets, people to be sacrificed to him to maintain his validity and allowing him to keep his creative genius going.
Brilliant. I like that one.
Yeah, that'll be it. Anyway, right, so so in terms of the future of like gameplay and things like that, I mean, Joe, you're in the tournament business these days. You're something of a aficionado now, considering that you're going to be running tournaments all over the country very soon. What's your expectations for how this is going to be, how it's going to manifest itself in competitive play in the coming months?
I reckon it's just going to be Space Marines for a bit.
Yeah.
And then I think you're going to have a smattering of like Death Guard knocking about for a while, because they're like, apparently they're mental, and then you'll just have slightly indispersed Chaos army, slightly like interspersed kind of Custodes armies, because I think although they are an incredibly strong army, you do have to be a good player to run them because of their low model count. So not anyone can just pick them up and use them. And then you'll have like the occasional like Eldar or Drakari or like Harlequins player kind of just pushed in because they're like pros with those armies.
I don't know, man. I mean, like, as someone who likes to consider himself an Elder pro, I do worry about that army list at the moment, man. It's very tough to work out. Other than doing lots of weird spammy stuff with it, which admittedly is obviously what you were doing before. It's just whether or not that's going to be as efficient. Like there's some builds I've been looking at and things I've been thinking about, but it is a struggle, man. It's a real struggle, because the two core strengths to an Elder army is psychers and vehicles, and it's really easy to give away 30 secondary victory points when you've got to prioritise psychic characters and vehicles.
Yeah.
And
Although
they're not
while
any good at the primaries.
While we stand, we fight is a good one. If you can work your army out so that you've just got 3 wave serpents as your 3 units, and you just kind of hide them for the whole game.
Yeah.
Because the wave serpents don't really do much. You could just plonk them on objectives in buildings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, wave serpents are a good option for sure. I mean, definitely at the heart of most of my more competitive ideas have definitely been themed around wave serpents because they're very strong. But
Shining Spears, it's still good, because they're just frustrating to deal with.
I just don't think they are anymore, though. That's the thing, because in an aggressor meta, they just don't get enough done.
Yeah, and if you can get null zone off near them, they're just a pain in the bum.
Oh yeah, I had that when I was playing against an Ultramarine player once. This was the first time I encountered that stratagem where Ultramarines, overwatch you with 3 different units at once or whatever it is.
Oh god, yeah.
And I was in range of null zone, and I was like, "It's all right. I'm just going to declare a charge against the 2 librarians or whatever it was that I wanted to get killed." And then he was like, "Cool, well, you've declared that, so I'm going to use Overwatch with all of this." And I'm like, "Oh, goody." And by the way, you're in null zone. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I am, aren't I?"
Yeah, although it's quite funny because you don't see many people taking librarians at the moment. It's mainly lieutenants, captains, and chaplains because people don't want to take it because of Abhor the Witch.
That is true.
But I think that in a Space Marine army, null zone is far more powerful than the chances you might come up against someone with other psychers.
But I suppose to keep it relevant to the points that we're sort of keeping to, what kind of Marine units do you think you're going to start to see more of now that they've moved up to 2 wounds?
I reckon you'll keep seeing the Devastators because they're even better now. The Grav Devastators in the drop pod.
Yeah.
I doubt you'll see tactical Marines anywhere.
Really? You don't think the tactical Marines will make a return?
No, because Primaris Marines Intercessors are just better, and the best troop unit that Space Marines have at the moment are either Incursors or Infiltrators.
Do you not think there's an argument for the Razorback?
Well, I think you could put Devi squads in Razorbacks. Could be good. I reckon they'll make Devastator squads ignore negative modifiers for moving and shooting. But if you've got an old 5th, 6th edition Space Marine army because you were one of those people that enjoyed having millions of free transports, a lot of people are going to Razorbacks, Ultramarines Razorback spam with Guilliman could be doable again.
No, I agree.
But
the only way you can access the Razorback now is if you've got stuff that can go in it.
Although I do reckon we're going to see a lot of Terminators back again.
I think so as well.
Because Terminators are just so cool. And that's the reason why I want to do Black Legion. Because I just want to run 30 Terminators.
I do genuinely agree with you though, mate. I think Terminators are definitely going to make a return. I think Vanguard vets are massively up there again.
Yeah, Blood Angels, White Scars, and Raven Guard, Vanguard vets with Thunderhammer Storm Shields are going to be knocking around everywhere.
Wow, 2 wounds, especially if the rumours are true as well about Thunderhammers going up to damage 4. Ugh. There's a lot to be said for things with a 3-up invuln save and 2 wounds, right? And then that kind of damage output as well. I mean, Phil, you're a Space Marine player these days as well, mate. What are you eyeing up to add to those Minotaurs, or are you sticking to Primaris only from here on in?
Well, as I've said before, I've sort of done a bit of a mix of both of them, but I've converted everything up to Primaris. And I think kind of making the rules more aligned with each other between the old and the new is actually better just from a gaming point of view, but also a kind of hobby modelling point of view. So it's like I've got a kind of classic Smash Captain who I've made to look like an Inceptor, and it's like, he's not going to be an Inceptor with toughness 5, but at least he's now going to have 1 more wound and be a bit more in alignment with the rest of my Marines. And if I end up doing anything else, then it makes it similar. Like, I quite often see people do Primaris Death Watch, but they're obviously like an old school kill team rather than.
Are you talking about Damien Pedley's Death Watch?
Well, I think his might actually quite often be intercessors.
He's got a lot of intercessors with shotguns and storm shields and
So those ones are clearly old school Marines, but now they look like Primaris, and it's like they're not technically Primaris, but rules wise, they pretty much are if they're 2 wounds, right? Obviously, you might get a weird, interesting thing where it's like, they still can't use the keywords, and I guess that's how they're still going to separate them out. So, I don't think they're going to suddenly go Primaris can go in drop pods. I mean, I sort of wish they did, just from the point of view of the unity of your army is much more consistent. You don't have this division between the two where, actually, I've got a Land Raider, but I can't put Primaris in it, or I've got a captain that I've converted up to like a Primaris captain, but he can't go in the Repulsor because he's technically not a Primaris. It's sort of those little janky things that I sort of wish they would just fix by effectively counting them all as Primaris or making the stat lines similar. And they're obviously sort of doing that with the 2 wound thing.
Yeah.
And I guess with go on.
I was going to say Death Watch are actually a really big winner in the new one.
Death Watch is terrifying.
Yeah, because before, like, a 10-man squad with Storm Shield, Stormbolt are really good, but the moment someone started pointing mortal wounds at them, it just kind of fell to pieces. But now they've got 2 wounds. Incredible.
I saw some amazing Death Watch Blade Guard, but they obviously used the old Death Watch shields.
Yeah.
Instead of a Blade Guard shields, and they look really good.
Yeah, and I set a list out the other day to the guys where it was just a watch captain, a watch master, and a librarian, and then 6 veteran squads. But 4 of them had 5 Terminators in it, and the other 2 had 5 bikes in them. And then you just combat squad the entire army. Because then you've got all these 5-man bike squads and 5-man Terminator squads that are all OBSEC.
I think the Vanguard vets are a serious contender for that combat squad situation as well, though, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
Because again, OBSEC Vanguard vets, crazy good. But then OBSEC Terminators, crazy good. OBSEC bikes, crazy good. I mean, that's the thing with Death Watch is if they keep that kill team mechanic in play, they are ridiculous. But it depends. Do you think they'll get rid of the kill teams for the Death Watch?
I don't think they will, because they're so iconic now within the Death Watch that they would be insane to get rid of them.
Yeah, that's like their unique selling point.
Yeah, I think some units will probably stay in their squads. Like those Blade Guard vets will probably stay as a 3-man squad. And the Eradicators will probably stay as a 3-man squad.
Yeah.
Being able to run 5 of those and then combat squad them would just be gross.
I mean, that being said, and the extension of that logic that you've just kind of offered up there, Joe, the same still applies though with intercessors and aggressors, right? Like 5 OBSEC aggressors, it's pretty bananas as well, right?
Yeah.
So
that whole group is pretty, like the 5 OBSEC Inceptors just jumping around stealing objectives off people.
Oh yeah, because you can do it with the Inceptors as well, can't you?
Yeah.
Oof.
And potentially now having the Outrider bikes in there as well.
Wow, yeah, if they add it
Don't they need can you make a kill team just of Inceptors, or don't you need a minimum number of intercessors?
You have to have a minimum of 5 intercessors.
But is it you do like a 10-man squad and you combat squad them?
Correct, yeah. So you take a 5-man, so you take 5 intercessors, 5 incursors, or whatever we're saying, and then you combat squad them into the 5 intercessors and the 5 incursors, and then you've got an OBSEC unit of incursors. So what are they now? Toughness 5, 3 wounds?
Oh, Inceptors, you mean?
Inceptors, sorry, not incursors. Yes, sorry.
How does that work? Because obviously normally Inceptors only go up to 6-man squads.
Yeah, it's because of how the kill teams work.
Yeah, so you can have a 5-man Inceptor squad.
Correct.
Like from so half and half.
Yeah.
5 intercessors, 5 Inceptors, and then you split them, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't combat squad them, like that is a lot of wounds just sitting around in one unit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they sort of whenever the Death Watch get a new supplement, because that's what it'll be now, rather than a codex, that they remove some of that ability. So they might go actually kill teams. You've got to combat squad them, like either they can't combat squad or they've got to somehow split the intercessors equally amongst combat squads. So to stop you from just going, oh, I've now made some obsex aggressors or intercessors, sort of inceptors, because that's a bit mad. So that's a bit game breaking. Like that doesn't really seem like.
Well, I mean, you say that, Phil.
They're meant to be doing.
You say that, Phil. It's been in the game for the last couple of years.
Yeah, and they don't have access to all the stuff Marines have.
Well, they will now, though.
Yeah. Now they do. Yeah. That's the difference maker, is the fact that well, now they're getting rolled into the Marine books, and Marines are so strong. And also as well, let's not forget they're going to gain access to loads of Phobos stuff now and all sorts of things that they weren't getting before. That's going to hugely benefit them, right?
Oh yeah, I think they're about to get horrendous.
Oh yeah.
Do we think? I was going to say, do we think the edition's going to get really weird when that Space Marine Codex drops? If they are the same, so things like multi-melters and heavy bolters are all getting stat changes, and I think they've said that's also happening to all the other factions that have those weapons, right? So is there just going to be a massive FAQ on that day talking about Sisters, Guard, etc.?
I really hate that, by the way, as a solution. I understand that when you update data sheets for the same army, that they supersede the existing data sheet for that army. But when you're releasing data sheets for a different army, but that has an effect on another one, it's like, oh god, it's getting a little bit too janky.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. It's a bit of a weird thing to do. And like they did it in 8th edition when they updated in, I think it was the new, the last version of the Space Marine Codex, Demolishers went up from D3 shots, which was also D6 if you were targeting something with 5 or more models, to just a flat D6. So they updated that for Space Marines, and then like FAQ'd it for Astra Militarum. And is it going to be a similar thing? But this time it'll be a ton of stuff, because it'll be.
Yeah, but then I imagine for 9th edition the Codex releases will probably be just as aggressive as they were for 8th.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They might actually just go, well, no, you'll be waiting a month, so we won't do any FAQs.
Yeah,
and you've just got to hold out.
I suppose the crazy thing is like, are they then, I suppose, going to enter into a scenario where they're just going to go really aggressive with the Imperial factions early doors? Like, is it just going to be like, right, cool, to settle this, we've kind of got to get all these Imperial things out the door because we've introduced these ideas? Or is it that they are going to do lots of these, like, FAQs and other bits and bits? I don't know, it's just an interesting one, isn't it? Because ultimately, does it mean that we've got Marines, and then we've got Necrons, and then it's like, cool, then Astra Militarum, we're going to hit that really quick, and Chaos Space Marines and so on.
They'll kind of spread it out a bit, because then GW would be in a lot of trouble, because then they are really pandering to the Imperial faction, and then it would really upset a lot of other faction players.
I feel like they've been pandering to the Imperial section for a while now, though, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, I do take your point though, mate, and I think it's just interesting, isn't it? Because one of the nice things about 8th edition, and one of the things that you look back on and kind of appreciated about 8th edition, was the fact that when it started, they kind of burned everything to the ground and started again. Yeah. So everything sort of made sense day one with 8th edition, because everything was there in the indexes. And bizarrely, when they moved from like 6th to 7th, you didn't necessarily begrudge it massively, because you'd been used to the kind of gaming diet that you had before, and there weren't any real massive changes to the gameplay.
Yeah.
Whereas now, because Ninth is so drastically different in terms of how you're approaching it as a gameplay system, and because ultimately we were given so much spectacular stuff when it came to how they rolled out 8th edition, it feels like with 9th edition, it just feels messy, doesn't it? It just you just sort of look at it and you think, God, this is it's going to be a lot of time before this sort of finds its feet, because
we're in this weird 8.5 version where we've got the rules of Ninth, but we don't have any of the codexes for Ninth, but there's clearly going to be huge changes in those codexes. If they had at the launch of 9th edition gone, here's all the codexes like they had with the indexes, now I imagine they would go, we'd never do that from a business point of view, but that would actually be really amazing, because then straight from day one everyone's got new rules. It is a new edition. There's a whole new ton of stuff. Everything's changed. Weapon profiles, data sheets have all changed. Brilliant. We're all starting on the same place.
But then, if they wanted to release new units, they'd have to do it all at the same time.
Well, no. Then you would do like campaign supplements, like Vigilus, and roll them into there. Like that's how I would have done it probably if I was going to do it. Like that's how you get your extra life in your edition. But it makes sense from a sort of rolling meta to just do 1 or 2 codexes at a time. But I imagine it will be aggressive, like in 8th, to how quickly they come out.
I think when you look at like how they did Age of Sigmar 2, I mean, it all kind of happened pretty quickly with AOS 2, and they've definitely now. I mean, AOS 2 came out in what, 2019? No, 2018, wasn't it? AOS 2 or 2019? Someone help me out here.
It was like, I think it was 19.
I feel like it was 19.
I think so, yeah. And I think some of the last battle tomes to roll out were, was it Caradron Overlords and Seraphon, which were around December, January time of this year. So that's effectively 6 months or thereabouts for 90% of the battle tomes to come out.
And while they were rolling out those battle tomes, they were releasing new stuff, right? So they did the Bone Boys, whatever they're called again, the Bonios.
The Boner Men.
The Boner Men, yes. And then they did various form of elves, I imagine, or did they... I mean, this is the problem. When I start talking Age of Sigmar, it becomes abundantly clear I don't know anything about Age of Sigmar. But the point is it seems like in no time at all Age of Sigmar is in a good place, or at least if you think... Age of Sigmar can be in a good place. I know it's a very divisive topic, but yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Like, it's an interesting timeline. I think again as well, we can't also, underestimate the impact of COVID on all of this as well, right? I'm sure none of this is being rolled out the way Games Workshop hoped it would. I
imagine there's been a few delays. Like, white dwarfs are all over the bloody place at the moment, aren't they?
Well, they're finally, this week has finally come out, and that's the first one in 2 or 3 months, I want to say.
Well, they've been on time.
I was just looking at the Age of Sigmar segment on the Games Workshop website, and the Luminev Realm Lords army set is now being tagged as last chance to buy. Which could potentially suggest that it obviously didn't do as well as they were expecting, because obviously, 40k stuff sells out in moments, but this gorgeous Illuminative...
Well, they kind of dropped in the middle of COVID when no one's got any money to buy it.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
Everyone's on furlough. So, unless you've got the money already saved up for it, then it's probably never going to happen.
I think the other thing as well, though, right, is like, bizarrely, like, I feel like as well the had the some dickhead making lots of noise outside. I'll say that again. Had 40k 8th edition and all the other stuff still been healthy at that point, I imagine this kit would have done all right, because there would have been lots of elder players looking to do conversions with it. Whereas now the elder players are looking at it going, I'm just not sure anymore.
And it's kind of like, because it did like kind of like, it was like an army box release before the army came out.
Yeah.
Which kind of made sense with which made sense with Sisters of Battle because people have been waiting for Sisters of Battle for years, and it's like an established army, and everyone wanted to buy free. Whereas for this new army of elves, which no one really knows anything about, it just wasn't going to work.
I tell you what, though, man, those horsey guys they've got would make fantastic shining spears, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
If you
They would, but then you'd be kicking yourself if you made them, and then in a month's time they announced the new Eldar book coming out. Because I reckon the next Eldar book they're going to get the Necron treatment.
I 100% agree with you. I think Drakari will come. Drakari and Harlequins might come before Craftworld, but Drakari will get a couple token releases. Maybe you'll finally get some mandrakes or some grotesques.
I reckon they'll get enough stuff to make the whole range plastic.
Yeah, I agree. Which is basically the mandrakes and grotesques, right, at this point?
Pretty much, and then a couple, and like the Court of the Archon. But I reckon they'll just sack that off.
They'll sack that off. I feel like that needs to go into the realm of legends, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then they'll probably, and then you got to get an Uron Rakarth and a Lilith, right? And then you're pretty much content complete.
They could. I think what they probably should do with the Court of the Archon is make them into what the Genestealer cult characters basically are, just weird little buffing characters. Yeah. Because then they've actually got a point.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to happen with that list in terms of some of the nuances of it. But regardless of that Drakari stuff, I think Harlequins are obviously already fully plastic, so maybe you just throw in like a token gesture unit of some ilk. I don't know what you could necessarily give them, but something. And then Drakari, finish that off, and then get the Eldari or the Craftworld Eldari, a massive Necron style release. And they definitely need a new like base version of their vehicles, right? Like that Falcon kit is old, man. Like
it is rough.
It's gorgeous still though, man. It's held up, but yeah. Anyway, look, there you go, guys. I think that's probably enough. We're rambling off into different topics and different areas. Space Marine's got 2 wounds, and it means a whole lot of stuff for the game and the future of 40k, because this is the turbulent, weird, uncertain times of who knows what's coming around the corner. But I am actually really excited about it from a gameplay design perspective, because I think actually this change really does actually create opportunities for them to create actually quite meaningful differences between armies, which is thumbs up from my side of things. But Phil, what's your general vibe on this, mate? You got a general vibe that you want to finalise?
Yeah, I think it's potentially a bit of a last hurrah for old school Marines, or at least they were aware that no one was playing them in 8th edition, so they want to give them a bit of a boost to make sure that people can at least play with the models that they've got. How many people will go out to buy old school Marines when they've only got a Primaris collection? That's to be said. I think you might get, as Joe was saying, some competitive players doing that for the tactical flexibility, and I think that's what it does offer you. It sort of allows you to open up your army to more options. So I think some people will do that for sure.
Agreed. Yeah, I think we kind of opened that topic but never really concluded it. I definitely think this is it feels like a last hurrah for the old school Firstborn Space Marines. But then here's another little tin pot theory I may as well throw out there, seeing as we're on the topic. I genuinely think that the Mark 9 armor Firstborn Marines might be getting released at some point once they've kind of concluded some of this Primaris stuff. Because obviously Games Workshop have essentially gotten to a place now where they need Space Marines all the time because Space Marines sell, and like any company that's making Games Workshop's money, you like making that kind of money on a consistent basis. And Space Marines seemingly are the key to achieving that. So once you've kind of done everything you can possibly do with Primaris Marines as a range, bar obviously introducing faction-specific Primaris Marines, what perfect time to then release a fabulous new range of Firstborn Marines in Mark 9 armor and create some kind of crazy civil war. What do you reckon?
Potentially. But things are like, tactical squads are still Tactical squad still makes sense because you can intersperse like the special weapons all over the place, which kind of intercessors are missing out on.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they'll do a civil war.
I'm just being, I'm being Tim Fortle hat theorist here, mate. I'm just hopeful. I'm dreaming.
You keep doing that.
I will, mate. I will. And as I continue to do that, let's say goodbye and move on to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! It's the end of the show. The show has ended and now it's done. And here's me singing a song about it because I don't know why. Oh my god, I'm making it up on the spot and I don't know how to make this rhyme. It's gone off into some sort of weird form of poetry. Oh, it's awful. I shouldn't have even tried. Joe, help me.
Well, that's the end of the show. Thanks for coming. Get a drink on the way out.
Yeah.
Be good to your mum.
It's closing time. My favourite song.
Yeah.
Closing time. What was your karaoke classic, Phil? Whenever you're called upon for karaoke, what'd you go for?
Much like the transitional noise, I do not do karaoke.
No, I refuse to believe that you've never karaoked.
I've done it once. It was a very drunken incident in Tokyo, and I was like, if you're going to do karaoke, do it in Japan. So I did it then.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Is this something that we can potentially seek to have you do in the future? Like, maybe we could add that to, like, mine and Joe's bucket list to see Phil perform karaoke.
I mean, I'd rather you didn't.
Yeah, but that, come on now. This could be our dying wish.
I mean, out of all your wishes, is that really what you want it to be?
I mean, the more you protest, yes. It feels more worth it by the second.
Well, once you're on your deathbed,
Yeah.
I'll try and make it happen.
All right, can I pick the song, or do you feel like you already have one picked out for me?
Well, I don't have one picked out now.
No, fair enough. Joe, what do you reckon you'd like to hear Phil sing?
Oh, I'm Blue.
I'm Blue. Of all the songs that you know of in your mind, you may as well have said the Crazy Frog song.
Or, is it the one about sun cream?
The one about sun cream?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a guy talking. He's like, trust me on the sun cream. That one. Hang on.
Trust me on the sun cream.
Alright, yeah, it's like the importance of suntan lotion. Hang on.
The importance of suntan lotion. I feel like I understand that one now. Isn't that one of those weird, like, spoken ones?
Baz Luhrmann. Baz Luhrmann?
Yeah.
Sunscreen, it's called.
Ah, okay, fair enough. I don't think I'm
because
that
it
familiar.
seats his drudgery of.
I'd like him to do the Britain's Got Talent classic. Where's my keys? Where's my phone? You remember that one?
Or £1 fish.
Oh, £1 fish. Oh, mate. Do you reckon they do £1 fish in karaoke machines? Next time we go up to Nottingham in the far future, we totally got to go and book some karaoke in, right, Phil?
I don't do karaoke. I'm with Phil on this one. I don't do karaoke. I think I would rather just immediately die on the spot.
Seriously, than just sing a little song.
If I could control it, I would control a lorry just ploughing through the karaoke bar, murdering everybody. I
mean, that seems a little bit extreme, just for your benefit.
But that I couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't, because I'm a terrible, terrible singer.
I don't believe that for a second. I imagine you've got an elegant voice.
I could do like a ropey kind of Nickelback kind of thing.
Oh, there you go. See, look, you're starting to give us some options here.
But it would be awful.
Which of the Nickelback songs would you go for? The one where he remarks upon a photograph?
The one that's called Photograph.
Is it called Photograph?
It's called Photograph.
Photograph! Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
I was trying to get you sort of joining in.
No.
You didn't succumb to my
There's
clever ploy.
my favourite Nickelback album is the Dark Horse one. It's all very.
I don't know. I don't know Nickelback that well. I only sort of knew that one particular bit. I remember there was that song they did for the Spider-Man 2 soundtrack or something.
Oh, Hero.
Hero. How does that go?
No, I'm not. You're not luring me in with
No, but what's like the lyrics of it? I can't even remember that much.
The whole we need a hero to save us. It's all about like an eagle.
Oh yeah, that's it, isn't it? We're the hero to save us.
Yeah. It's actually quite similar to the one that the Touched by a Rose, isn't it, from Batman?
What was that one? I get confused because now when you're talking about the Batman one, I think about U2's Batman song.
Oh no, it's the Kissed by a Rose.
That one. You know that one?
I do know that one, yeah, from Batman Forever.
Oh, indeed. Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
The finest Batman, some say.
Is it Seal? Kissed by a Rose?
Oh, Kissed by a Rose. Was that a Batman song?
Yeah,
Kiss from a Rose
also on the Batman Forever soundtrack.
Yeah. Kiss from a Rose is actually a Batman song.
Wow. It's quite a song.
Oh. I've decided if I'm going to sing karaoke, I will do it with Phil and we will sing Kiss from a Rose.
Yeah? Has it got much of a duet opportunity to it?
We'll make it work.
Yeah? You pick some lines out.
Do you know what? I'm actually down for that.
Yeah.
There we go, the journey of discovery that we've been on there.
Yeah. And it has to be like real late, like unbuttoned shirts, ties wrapped around our heads.
Could we offer that as potentially like an incentive for a year from now if we introduce like a Patreon, like if we got to like a certain tier that we would like have you guys perform Kiss from a Rose on like our 100th episode or something?
No. You've got to be. We can invite people along to watch it live in a
We
CD
could get
bar at 4 a.m.
We should see if we could get Bone from Tabletop Tactics to do it because he's a big fan of that song as well.
Well, indeed.
I bet he'd be down for that.
I mean, he would absolutely be down for that. But that would be a shame though, because what would happen there is he would sort of steal all the kind of attention with his over the top charismatic performance, and you'll just be there, kind of like backup singers, kind of going "baby" in the background.
I'm more than happy with that.
Well, exactly, but that doesn't work, does it? Because that sort of robs the whole experience. We need the sort of awkwardness of the situation as you know, calmly.
No, it wouldn't be awkward because I'd make sure that I maintained full eye contact with Phil through the whole
A bit of face caressing.
Yeah.
And then you'd sort of try and, as you were going from like Kiss from a Rose, you'd start sort of like moving towards him to try and like smooch him.
Yeah.
That makes sense. The things that go on between you two when you're sharing hotel rooms together, eh?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Although we are the only ones so far to go to a Holiday Inn and get chocolates on our pillows. But we never asked about that. So...
Do you feel like the chocolates on your pillows signified some kind of, expectation?
The thing is though, like we did eventually wake up the next morning because I was like,
that's good news.
I ate it and then I was like, have I just been roofied? Have I just roofied myself with this pillow chocolate? Is someone going to come in and be mean to me?
Is that what you expect happens to people when they've been roofied? Someone just comes in and is mean to them?
Yes, entirely.
Entirely. I really love roofying people, so as I can yell abuse at them without them knowing.
Yeah.
A relatively tame version of that situation, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, if you were going to get roofied, that would probably be the best possible outcome for you at that point.
Just a stranger stood in my hotel room screaming at me.
Do you imagine that you'd like wake up and they've like painted like weird like facial features on you, like sort of like painted you like some kind of absurd creature, and then like like put like a hat on you and all this other stuff, so you look like some sort of crazy. Have
you seen the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp?
No, I have not.
He wakes up at a point in the film and he's a journalist, but he's in full kind of like fishing gear with like the waders on and like that high vis like American style like hunting jacket and a hat on, but then he's got this giant crocodile tail sellotaped around his body.
Nice.
So as he's like walking around in this like for some reason completely flooded hotel room, like as half man, half crocodile. It's very obscure.
You ever seen the fabulous Tom Green movie, Freddy Got Fingered?
Yes.
And he
Yes.
sticks
Probably
an
too many
umbilical cord
times.
to himself at one point, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And when it's unearthed, it's like, why have you done that? It's like, I just wanted to know what it felt like. And it's like, it's very odd. What a great film. Honestly, I actually feel like Freddy Got Fingered is a hugely underestimated movie. I think it's genius.
I've probably watched that film more times than is healthy.
Yeah,
for
I would say so.
anyone to watch it.
I honestly think you two need to be sectioned because that movie is god awful.
Mate, no, Phil, you're viewing it with, the wrong perspective. You're looking at it with sort of
Because I'm
critical
not a
eyes.
15-year-old boy.
No,
anymore,
but what you've
so-
got to understand is it's the perfect satire of the genre.
Yeah.
It honestly is the perfect satire. It's literally
It's the
Tom...
bit where the guy he's trying to sell his comic book to, and his comic book's about a bunch of deer. And he's you have
zebras.
to go, zebras. You have to go and get inside the animal. Go and get inside the mind of an animal. So he comes across a dead deer on the road, skins it, and then just kind of runs around with this like rotting deer carcass on him, and then he gets hit by a lorry and almost dies. It's quite funny.
Well, he doesn't almost die. He just gets up and laughs and goes, I didn't expect that to happen, and then walks away.
Yeah.
It's genius. But no, Phil, honestly, you need to look at it and reevaluate your opinion on it based on it being the perfect satire. He's a genius. He took the, early noughties, late 90s teen comedy genre, kind of predicated and created by movies like American Pie, perfectly satirized it. It's a masterclass in filmmaking. Fantastic.
He was in Euro Trip as well, wasn't he? Or was it?
Yeah, but
He was in
that
Road
was a bit
Trip.
rubbish. That was just him doing a bit part. He was in Charlie's Angels as well, doing that same sort of nonsense.
Yeah, but he was in Road Trip as like the weirdo.
Yeah, he ate a mouse at the start or something, didn't he?
Yeah.
Phil, have I got to you at all? Will you give it another chance?
No.
No. Okay.
I'd rather do karaoke.
We know the limit now.
Exactly. I'm getting great ideas. Should we ever have to come up with stag do ideas for Phil Talbot lines? We're going to have a marathon of Tom Green movies, followed by karaoke. He's going to have the best time of his life.
Yeah. And then mini golf in Nottingham.
Oh, well, that would be a highlight. I miss the mini golf in Nottingham.
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't?
Mate, I miss being completely trolleyed, walking around Nottingham town centre at 11 at night, like 12 at night after we've just gotten out of Reds or Hooters or wherever we've gone, and bundling into like the golf and to the mini golf course and doing a terrible job of playing golf. That is a happy memory that I dearly miss.
I imagine the staff for that mini golf place is just like a cultivation zone of just producing serial killers, because after having to spend like a couple months pushing drunk idiots around late at night, like I want to go home, get the ball in the hole, let's go, you'd very quickly hate people, wouldn't you?
Do you remember that time where we were like comparing scorecards near the exit, and they literally were like, "Ouch!" Like, they were,
Yes.
like, force us out the door. Like there was no patience left in them anymore. They were like,
No.
"Ouch, you scum!" That was a good time. That was a good time. Although I have to admit, I wasn't incredibly keen on my then, aspiration after the fact to then go to the casino, where I almost always lost lots of money.
Yeah.
That was always a bit of a downer after the fact.
Yeah. Normally, if your wife's there, she's quite good, because she's like, you've won back what you've spent. Now you've got your spending money. Off you
That's
go.
true. That's true. Have you been out gambling with me and my wife before, have you?
Yes.
How
She was
bizarre.
at Nottingham with us, and I cannot remember why, but she was there.
I don't know, man. I feel like you were just dreaming that. It could be a merger of things. Was it when we were working together on some stuff and we went to a casino?
No.
When
I
we were
don't
doing
think
some
so.
event work back in the day. Could that have been it?
Possibly.
Possibly. Anyway, but there you go. That was the end of episode 57. How do you think the show went, Phil? Come on, let's get you involved. Not enough Krieg, I imagine.
Well, no, never enough, obviously.
But what's been going on with you, Phil? You started selling your little vents, right?
Yeah. So up on my little web store of on my website, yeah. So I've been doing for a couple of years now my internal sponsons, which are predominantly for Lehman Russes. So you can have sponsons that stick in the tank rather than outside. And then, was it yesterday? I launched some little cover plates that you can put on top, so you can run your tanks with or without sponsons, basically. So pretty cool.
They do look pretty cool, has to be said. They were some nice looking things. And I mean, Joe, you're plugging away, aren't you? All the 40k wares. I mean, what have you been doing?
So I'm gonna go on a completely different tangent to the
Please.
question you just asked. Right. It's about targeted ads.
Right, okay.
Right.
You're talking about advertising. Exciting.
All right. So today I was talking to Steve at work about the fact that I need to bath my cat.
Right, okay.
Right. But and bathing a cat, as anyone can imagine, is a nightmare.
Why do you need to do it though?
The cat's got hay fever and he's all like scabby and stuff. It's not. He needs a bath. Get the.
Are you gonna submerge him and not let him back up?
Well, I'm gonna do that. And I was like, what I could do is I could just wrap him in a towel, like swaddle him, and then kind of dip his body swaddled into water, thus keeping his head above water. But the towel obviously absorbs the water, gets him wet.
So you're gonna waterboard him?
Clean cat.
Yes.
And then obviously, no more was spoken of this. No, I just went on my phone, literally just a second, and obviously on Facebook, Wish pops up. I now have loads of targeted ads at different ways of, I can only assume, torturing your cat in giving it a bath. One of them is you can literally buy a cat bath bag. It is a bag you put your cat in, its head pokes out the top, and then you just spray it with the shower.
Sounds pretty
Right.
cool. Almost
Or-
like the
How did
idea
you get these targeted ads from a conversation. Oh, sorry, was this like an online conversation?
No, I was having a conversation with Steve in the room, and now, obviously, my phone has heard me and is now targeting me with these ads that it's heard the conversation.
Well,
Yep.
some
The other one is
people
the-
like to assert. Now, I mean, again, there's varying standards with regards to what is being sort of captured and what's being documented. But sometimes they're a little. Some people can assert, and I'm not entirely sure how true this stuff is, but some people will assert that there is the algorithm within the internet and the system is so sophisticated that patterns in your behaviour can result in predicting your desire for those kind of things. So you may have searched for something that you didn't really think about, or something has sort of been like captured in a communication somewhere, or it may be that they're listening to you, obviously, as well. I mean, again, obviously advertisers, or not necessarily advertisers, but
I haven't looked for anything cat bathing relationship wise on my phone at all.
are you sure though, Joe? You've not texted someone about it or tapped
because
it in somewhere?
Wish normally has like tiny trees, paintbrushes, and like paint racks, stuff like that, Warhammer things.
Yeah.
But now it's selling me pet massage gloves, bags to put your cat in, these weird little rubber. Because I said, like, oh, he's got like really sharp claws, he's going to scratch me. And now it's trying to sell me these weird little rubber cups that you essentially clamp on their feet so they can't scratch you.
Well, I mean, it seems reasonable to assert, based on what you're hearing, that or seeing, that they are obviously listening to your conversations. But then, I don't know, right? Because I'm of the opinion, right, when it comes to that sort of stuff, like, I don't feel. I mean, as someone who also publishes a certain amount of their conversations on the internet for others' entertainment, I kind of at one part also kind of feel like I've kind of surrendered a certain amount of privacy as a result of inviting people into this part of my life. But then at the same time, I don't know, I always find it interesting how people associate or assert the importance of these sorts of situations, because obviously they put a lot of emphasis on their own sense of self-worth and how important and private their lives need to be. But it's always that thing in it where it's like, yeah, I mean, who cares if they're listening to you, really? I mean, if they even are. I mean, I don't actually know.
It's really helpful. It saves me having to actually go and search for it.
Exactly, right? I mean, there you go. And Wish, of all people, I mean, they're going to do you a great deal, right?
Oh, yeah. It's like I'm surprised that like a lot of the time, most stuff on Wish that comes up is usually free, but then you have to pay loads and loads of money on shipping. There's even stuff on here for like toenails, which popped up.
You get your toenails done as well, yeah?
Yeah, and then there's like a pool and some Bluetooth watches. I said at the gym today, I really need to shave my back, and it's now targeting me with back shaving implements.
Now, what is a back shaving implement?
It's basically just like a razor on a stick, It's basically like a back scratcher with a little blade in it. But I don't really trust that.
I would not trust that either, mate. Yeah. I don't feel like a razor on a stick is the solution.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that. That's amazing. Maybe I'll start talking about my desire to shave my back just so as to get served that ad.
Well, is your phone in your room? Because it's probably.
Yeah, I've got 2 phones in my room at the minute. It's all going on. I've got an Apple phone and an Android phone. So double bubble.
I've now condemned you to back shaving stuff and cat bathing utensils.
It's going to be a delight, mate. I can't wait to see that. Good, great, wonderful. I actually need to do some reading up on that side of things, as it were.
What, cat bathing?
No, just the way that kind of advertising stuff works, really, because it's not something I massively get involved with on a regular basis, and you know.
Because if we do it with the podcast, if we ran into Warhammer World with like a loudspeaker and just start shouting, "Look out, sir," would then they start being like targeted advertising to our podcast?
I mean, that's a very fair and decent appraisal of the situation, potentially. I mean, that could be an opportunity for us. I know Burger King were touting their wares recently because they, as an advertising campaign, were just going into Twitch streams and just giving people donations to the exact sum for certain Burger King meals, and that was something that they were quite proud of. So that was like a form of advertising where they were like, "Hey, Ninja," or whoever else is live streaming, "here's a $5.99 donation. Buy a Whopper meal." Clever buggers.
That's quite good.
Get them thinking about that Burger King. In fact, now that I brought it up, I quite fancy a Burger King. Should we get Burger King tomorrow, Joe?
Oh, I haven't had Burger King in a long time.
Oh, I love a Burger King.
Yeah.
Maybe Burger King is on the cards. We'll work that out tomorrow.
I don't know if I can have Nando's because I have eaten so much chicken over the last few days on this whole gym thing.
Yeah. I'll go and reinforce my toilet pan, I suppose. There's a dense load coming.
I think I would probably just punch a chicken if I saw one now. Or
humanely.
Yeah, humanely. Or go and play Fable 3. There's that. In Fable 3, there's an achievement for kicking chickens.
You don't want to mess with chickens in Zelda, though.
No, or Skyrim.
Because they get angry, mate.
The ones in Sky, you kick someone's chicken in Skyrim, and then the whole village descends on you.
You become an outlaw, don't you?
It's just it all becomes a problem very quickly.
Lives have been ruined by the assault of a chicken in Skyrim. It's fair to say. Anyway, right, I feel like we're rambling on into the wee hours, and as much as that is entertaining, I'm not sure how engaged our audience probably are at this
Phil's
stage.
Gone very quiet, so I imagine he's muted us and gone back in the house.
I've clocked off already mentally.
Well, indeed. It's funny, actually, because I was looking at some Reddit posts about Lookout Sir the other day, because the credit where credit's due to Phil, his Reddit game is on point in terms of promoting our stuff on there. And there was a thread where a guy was like, "Can you tell me if anything's worth listening to in this 6-hour podcast?" And Phil's like, "Well, yeah, we know it's long. You know, and fair play to him, he was making excuses for us, but I do feel bad that Phil had to try and come up with excuses when he, of all people, understands how bad this is. It's like, for God's sake, shut up.
Well, exactly.
It's a
You
good
two
thing this
rambling on.
at the end.
Yeah, this is our special time, Joe. This is our moment to shine.
Yeah, so what we've done here is we've essentially hijacked the podcast as an excuse to just have a conversation about stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, really. That's how it goes. Anyway, there you go, guys. Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye.